We are very happy to have you all here on the conference about finance for businesses during the war, which is organized by European Business Association and Independent Banking Association, together with USAID Investments for Resilience of Businesses. That's the new name of the initiative, and also supported by Swiss Confederation and in partnership with UFC. For the word of greeting, Theodor Dell, Deputy Head of USAID in Ukraine, is welcome. Online with us, Alisa Kastner, Regional Manager in Ukraine and Moldova, International Financial Corporation of World Bank Group, UFC. Is Lisa here? Right, thank you. Volodymyr Mudry, who's the president of the Independent Banking Association, and Svetlana Mikhailovska, Deputy Executive Director of European Business Association. Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. Very happy to see you all here, and also happy to see that the banking sector is so widely represented on this event. We at USAID are proud to be giving our support to the financial sector to provide resilience and to recover Ukrainian economy. USAID, we focus our attention on helping businesses to get financial resources that they need that will help them stabilize, recover, and even grow even during the war. Our project, Investments for Resilience of Businesses, just recently started allocating grants, co-funding-based grants for Ukrainian companies. Alongside with that, we continue to work on modernizing Ukrainian financial sector and bringing the financial sector to European standards. Restored loans, banking loans, is an important foundation for economic recovery. The level of banking loans in Ukraine has gone down a little bit, significantly over these years. So mobilizing these resources is an important driver for growing investments in businesses. Today, I have this opportunity to inform you that grant programs implemented by USAID together with banks like OTP already have helped to provide more than $21 million for over 200 small and medium enterprises in Ukraine. USAID will continue working on the issue of access for small and medium enterprises to financial resources. In this context, it's important to provide the development of alternative funding mechanisms, such as leasing and factoring. Factoring as a financial product is still underdeveloped in Ukraine. There is a number of regulatory hurdles that negatively impact on the potential development of factoring here in Ukraine. So we, together with you, we're working on resolving these issues. Separately, we're also working to popularize factoring among Ukrainian companies. One of the most important financial issues and problems that I get communicated is ensuring risks, or war-related risks, rather. Our study shows that the demand for this kind of insurance has not only grown significantly, but business sector would like to continue having this kind of coverage even after the war is over. Ukraine today requires practical solutions. Only a very small number of companies offers war-related risk insurance. Just recently, supported by USAID, we created a work group of insurance companies to facilitate insurance of war-related risks and promoting those kind of insurance on the market. Providing to the businesses of practical and creative financial products such as insurance against war risks, factoring and leasing, not only will provide resilience of Ukrainian economy, but also will lay a stable foundation for a quick recovery. I'm very excited to and looking forward to this discussion. Ukraine has a world reputation as the center of innovations. Financial innovations will have to become an integral part of this process. Thank you so much, and glory to Ukraine. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to greet you here on this conference. And what I would like to start off with is how this idea came about to have this conference. Because on one hand, now it's a very stringent monetary policies, but it's also professional and quite reasonable. And it led to macro stability. We see that inflation on 5% and the foreign exchange rate is predictable. All the GDP forecasts are positive. There is no negative scenario at the moment. Banking liquidity is growing now, and it's a positive factor, and it's a great achievement that we have here in Ukraine. But also in the monetary policy, there are always two parts. First is stability. Secondly is sustainable economic development. And the stability that we've achieved so far, it leads us toward going and entering the new stage and start thinking of launching or rebooting a quicker economy recovery. And here, there's no way to go about it without funding for business. And on the other hand, when we look at banking portfolios, there are always different opinions. Banks say that, yeah, we want to provide loans. Businesses say that banks, they introduce more and more new requirements, and their risk appetite is very low. If you look at statistics, loans are growing. Starting from summer last year, credit portfolio of banks has been growing steadily. But we know that significant part of this growth is provided by the state-owned program of subsidies, 579. And whether it's good that only this is the significant part, well, we'll have to discuss that. What kind of program should be? What kind of loan funding have to be available in Ukraine? It's all subject for discussion. On the other hand, we at OTP, we have our own vision. Like, we want to be a bank that all international organizations work through in Ukraine, and we want to be that kind of hub providing grants for businesses. And here, a great role is played by international financial partners, USAID, IFC, EBRD. So all of these, this incredible capacity of our financial partners, and businesses will have to know about this. We have to talk more about this, and we still have to uncover a lot of very educational stuff here. Thirdly, in business, there are always buyers and there are always sellers. So public sector, at the moment, takes a great part of this work of creating demand on the market. So the dialogue is necessary how to properly organize this demand so that banks and financial partners would be ready to provide funding for these kind of projects. And it all led to basically having this goal to create in this dialogue together to create some set of principles for further development of loan programs, funding, co-funding for businesses. And we don't even talk about a stock market at the moment, which is in many countries a very powerful source of funding, but we're still far away from that. So hopefully today the platform where we get together with the most powerful business association, which is European Business Association, represented by the most powerful banking association. We have international banking partners. We have Entrepreneurship Development Fund. We have the National Bank. So hopefully all of us together in this dialogue, we will try and find the answers to those challenges that we face, and together we will have a joint vision. What do we have to do? Where do we have our focus our efforts? So be active. Please ask questions to all of our speakers, all of our guests, and it's in this dialogue we expect to get the best results. Thank you. So Lisa Kessner, online, please invite her to the floor. Lisa.
The floor is yours. It's a pleasure to participate, at least virtually. I apologize for not being there in person. And it's great to join with Teodora, Volodymyr, and Svetlana in welcoming you this morning. Just a couple reflections from my part, I think very much in line with what Teodora and Volodymyr have already said. You know, IFC is the private sector part of the World Bank group, and as such, we're of course very focused on businesses and ways to reach those businesses with financing, including through banks and other financial instruments. In the case of Ukraine, it's critical the role that the private sector and the banks have played, and I think it's really remarkable the resilience that has been maintained. And IFC has determined to continue to support this resilience. We have, since the invasion, financed between our own account and those of partners $1 billion already. Much of this is with banking partners, including OTP, which Volodymyr represents. We have provided about 325 million in trade finance guarantees for imports and exports to and from Ukraine. We have several risk-sharing facilities to support Ukrainian SMEs, including with OTP Bank and OTP Leasing. We have worked directly with some agribusinesses for about $200 million US, and we've also invested about 70 million in the tech sector. And we plan to continue this engagement. We're helped very much by partners, including the European Commission, with whom we signed 90 million euro in unfunded guarantees last week. But we know that in spite of this resilience, that Russia's invasion has increased the risks and uncertainties for all of us trying to operate in Ukraine's private sector. And it's had huge disruptions in the normal functioning of financial markets and institutions. And that's why IFC is excited to be part of this event today, and a couple of my colleagues will be speaking later, because I think it's very important that we look for some new approaches and innovative solutions to try to make sure we're getting financing to the private sector in Ukraine even now. So our colleagues later today will be talking more about access to finance based on assets, which is an area IFC has worked on globally. So I think, well, for banks and also for IFC as a lender, of course, credit history and collateral are very important. But if we can also develop financial products that are based on a business's assets and cash flow, this can be a breakthrough in the financial sector. IFC's expertise in this area is built on years of work with central banks and financial institutions in Europe and Central Asia, where we've helped build capacity for developing asset-based lending products and increasing the awareness of such products. We see that there is a new strategy in Ukraine for financial sector development, which includes policies that would ensure a secured transaction system and introduce new financial instruments to enable more financing for SMEs, including through asset-based finance. The key benefits of such products, which include factoring, reverse factoring, and invoice discounting, are the fact that they can provide immediate cash flow for businesses and also reduce the administrative and financial burden of helping some of the smaller players. They also offer some additional benefits, such as improving working capital management and cash flow cycle, because then businesses can access funds more easily and quickly. It can reduce the dependence on bank credits for these smaller businesses. It can enhance their creditworthiness by build their credit history, by helping them generate revenues and repay their debts, as well as helping them strengthen their relationships with customers and suppliers. And finally, it can also help support domestic and international trade by enabling these businesses to finance their purchases and sales and mitigate the risks of non-payment or delayed payment by their counterparties. But we do see some challenges that I hope could be discussed in more detail later today. I would name 4. The first would be a lack of awareness and understanding among businesses and financial providers around these products, which are relatively new to Ukraine's market. The high cost and complexity of these products, sometimes due to fees or interest rates or contractual terms. In some cases, legal and regulatory obstacles, which in many cases is just a lack of clarity around legal definitions, rules, and procedures. And fourth and final, security and operational risks. Of course, there's wartime risks, but also risks that we see in every economy around fraud, theft, or damage of assets. So I think these issues can be tackled. One of the proposals or discussions the IFC team has been having is around the establishment of the asset-based finance platform, which I think my colleagues will share more information later today. But we think this could help ensure that all financiers, including both banks and emerging players, could have access to use these new products. So again, welcoming you today. I will try to listen to as much of it as I can. And again, sorry not to be there in person, but I'm sure you will have many interesting discussions. And I look forward to remaining engaged in these discussions going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Svetlana Mikhailovska.
Svetlana Mikhailovska, thank you. Greetings, everyone. Good morning. I hope this day will be relatively peaceful and we'll be able to focus on these issues that are to be discussed on this platform. I'm not going to take much of your time because I will be moderating the next panel discussion. But I believe these discussions are incredibly important. As Volodymyr said, European Business Association today represents the biggest business audience, international business audience in Ukraine. And it's us. We feel the need of business community in those issues that we're discussing today. And not just the theory, because we have to discuss these problems with our partners, with banking, financial institutions. And we're very thankful to our partners, USAID and IFC, for this opportunity. As Lisa just mentioned, we have to spread the word. We have to spread this information, communicate, because what we 100% feel from the business is that there's a lack of information about the products, about the opportunities that are already available, information about access to funding, insurance against risks that the investors face, both potential and already functioning. And very important information that on the previous discussions with our partners at USAID, we've also done internal research and established that from the start of the war, which started far from 2022, it started back in 2014, but to use the available tools for insuring against risks, there are not too many companies. Why? Because there was not enough information. And it's during our today's discussion, I encourage you to please be active in the discussions because that will provide our partners and financial institutions also opportunity to develop the products that the businesses really need. So thanks again, and I hope the discussion will be productive and interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Theodora. Thank you, Vladimir. You're all invited to take your places in the audience. And here we will invite the speakers to the first panel discussion, which will be about regulatory environment and instruments of softening regional risks as a catalyst for funding businesses in Ukraine. Danilo Hitmantsev, national or MP of Ukrainian, head of the Committee of Parliament and Financial and the Tax and Financial and Fiscal Policy. Dmitro Nataluka, head of the Committee at Parliament on Economic Development. Katerina Roshkova, First Deputy Head of the National Bank of Ukraine. Vladimir Kuzyo, Deputy Minister of Economy. Olga Balitska, Head of PwC Legal Ukraine. Vera Savchenko, Executive Director of BDO Ukraine. Ruslan Spivak, Director of Corporate Business at Raiffeisen Bank. And Agil Abdullayev, consultant of Financial Corporation, joining us online. The moderator of this panel discussion is Svetlana Mikhailovska. Right, I've already announced that I will be moderating, so let's begin. On this panel discussion, I suggest our speakers. You see, we have both regulators here, we have legislators here, and we have business representatives here and banking. So it's a great representation. So my first question to Dmitro, because the Committee of the Parliament on Economic Policy, so the question of regulatory environment as of now, what are the tools, what are the instruments that are being developed, what are the plans to stimulate access to funding for private businesses, what is the progress so far, and what's in the pipeline? Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation and a great company and the panel discussion. It's been 2 days now that I've been attending public events, talking to businesses about specifically regulatory policy. And it's a good sign because it tells us that the businesses return to life, more active life, and hopefully, and also encounters, therefore, more limitations, more pressure from the over-regulated processes. And that means that we can, I hope, to talk about some kind of recovery of business activity and scale of business activity and the turnover for businesses. The regulatory problems and challenges, well, it's been existing not only in businesses. Just yesterday, the president signed a very important law which simplifies the procedure of writing the property off the balance sheet of military units. If you, during the military operation, you lost the drone or the car has been burned, then the question of writing off this asset from the balance sheet was very bureaucratized. And the issue of over-regulation is not in businesses, it's in civil, it's in legal relations, in property relations. So the system of law of Ukraine is overburdened by old, obsolete, rigid Soviet or post-Soviet norms. For instance, job placement for foreigners in Ukraine, in private sector. Just yesterday, we gathered the signatures to do away with this rudiment of Soviet legislation that tried to safeguard Soviet Union from foreign agents working in Soviet Union. But it's a shame that in the 21st century, this limitation is still there and has been creating problems so actively for people who want to come in Ukraine to invest and start working. So what I'm talking about, the deregulation is always important in a healthy economy. And now when there's high time to give businesses the time to catch up with what they've lost over the 10 years of war and 2 years plus of active warfare, is a very important So what are the initiatives? There's draft law 8058, a so-called regulatory guillotine, which principle is 1 in, 2 out. If you suggest 2 regulations, you have to suggest 2 other regulations that you do away with. It is recommended. There is a discussion, unfortunately, in the Parliament about what's the end shape that this had to be passed, and I would like to ask the European Business Association to publicly support this draft law, because it will expedite and increase more chances of passing this law, so that we and cabinet ministers will have more room for maneuver for advocacy and lobbying. Because, the opinions among our colleagues around this draft law are different. We also have like 1,200 regulatory acts. That's for you to understand how important this draft law is. And USAID, who is the co-organizer of this event, they've been reviewed together with State Regulatory Service from the last year. It's just a regulatory-based environment. 127 regulatory acts are there. 37 of them are ineffective, and 38 are duplicating others. So 60% of regulatory acts in the environment is simply ineffective, and it's a disaster. And that's why we urgently need this deregulatory guillotine. 7058 draft law, we would very much like the European Business Agency to support it. The second story is digitalization of exchange of information, and it's draft law 5837. Wherever you can replace a human inspector by an automation process, you have to do it. So digitalization of exchanging data, registers among the regulatory bodies. Again, the committee has recommended to pass it. It will be a powerful step that decreases the necessity to go for physical inspections. But we also would like to encourage the business community to support this draft law, 5837, so that we could move forward. And finally, unification of system of permits through merging of all the procedures into one system. We've already tested at the Cabinet of Ministers a similar idea. It was a pilot. And so the law will implement this idea for the whole system. It's important to have 3 things on the output. First, savings of taxpayer money. Secondly, more favorable conditions for businesses. Thirdly, adequate control framework where the public officials don't have to chase everyone all the time, but they are all focused only on significant and real infringements and violations. And just to resonate with what was issued by the previous speaker from IFC, if I'm not mistaken, security factor will always play a role, of course. And in the context of security, it's important to talk about insurance. We have one very positive case where MEGA, International Insurance Agency, has insured the first industrial park in Ukraine. It's a powerful signal indeed. The draft law passed in the parliament, and Danilo was part of it, to export the functions of export credit agency, to provide them the opportunity to insure against war risks in Ukraine. We hope that till the end of this year there will be some portfolio from ECHA. So steps are being made in that direction. And we hope that indeed the issue of risks will lose its relevance for businesses, hopefully. Thank you, Dmitro. Danilo, so question to you then. You are responsible for a very important financial block. We understand the necessity to support the public budget. These are difficult times that we go through, the resilience and taxpayers. They keep us afloat. What are the limitations or hurdles that you see at the moment, and how to resolve them in the future for future recovery of businesses and access to funding? Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for this meeting. Glory to Ukraine. And, you know, if we talk about hurdles for businesses, there is a number of them that we all know, but I would like to dwell on them a little bit more so that we have the shared understanding, we are on the same page with it, and be realistic about the situation with this limitation. First of all is security situation. Of course, the safety and security, safety of property and health is the function and the task of the state, number one, that with any period or any situation has to provide it. And we understand that it's the biggest hurdle at the moment for businesses. But at the same time, I would like to draw your attention to a situation a year ago, as it was, when Russian missiles hit energy infrastructure and the electricity was hard to come by, where IMF was forecasting only 0.3 GDP growth instead of 5+ as we have in fact. And security and defending our assets from the missiles was the number one task. So at the moment, the situation is different. We have adapted somewhat. Whether it's good or bad, I don't know. Maybe it's rather good than bad, because on one hand, there's more safety, even in the present danger. But at the same time, we see that the situation is getting healthier in terms of business. So trusting the president, absolutely, and understanding that the president and the security bloc of the government is doing everything possible for that. And we understand that this shield of air defense is only getting stronger. Second issue is logistics. Of course, we are an open and export-oriented state, and the enemy understood very well that limiting our exports is going to hit very hard on our economy, which they did. But the issue of Black Sea corridor, and you can remember a year ago, it was a different kind of question. And it was blocked at the start of 2023. As of now, it's more or less resolved. We have about 12 million of cargo that's already gone through Black Sea. We have a significant increase of Danube corridor, which wasn't used before the war. And there are prospects of increasing it even more. And of course, that's land corridors that also are increasing and are expanding despite the political hindrances that we have. Also, the neighbors cause and that we often don't understand. They're dictated by internal political quarrel inside of our neighbor countries, and it creates a sort of destructive situation. Potentially, some political forces within our neighbors are obviously managed or controlled by the adversary. But still, issues are being resolved positively. Another thing is cutting the state subsidies. Of course, every cent that we collect from as taxes goes to fund the military. And that what we have to spend on non-military expenditures is provided to our donors and partners, and we're very, very limited in funding. Alongside with that, more than 50 billion hryvnias in the budget 2024 has been allocated to help businesses. And I would like to talk about several programs. First, supporting an implementation of projects with significant investments is 3 billion hryvnia. Secondly, another 1 billion to stimulate creating of industrial parks is a very important project. It's a project of the committee of Dmytro Nataluha. We also supported this project, and we would like to see the result, honestly. And the result is not so much depending on the state, but from the businesses and their initiatives. That's why we would very much want these unprecedented benefits that provided to industrial parks would be used at least so that we don't have to wait for somebody else to do it. And the third important direction is humanitarian demining. You know that 170,000 kilometers of our country has been mined. We're the biggest land in the world with mine contamination. And therefore, 3 billion was allocated to the budget for 2024 for demining. That's not enough, but it's just one contribution that we can make to start resolving this. Limited access to funding. Indeed, we have some areas that are necessary to increase this funding. First of all, is what Natalucha said, insurance of military and political risks. We have some agreement with more than a dozen countries in the world to support their businesses when they invest in Ukraine through insurance against military political risks. We have pilot projects with MIGA, with EBRD, around insurance of military political risks that have already been implemented in the country. Of course, we would like to wish the government to be more far-reaching. It's there, but it needs to be scaled up. And there's enough time, I think, to start talking not about some far in between cases, but a systemic work in resolving these issues. So we need that, businesses need that. Of course, Export Trade Agency also can start insuring our Ukrainian businesses against political military risks. Banking loans, it's limited, that is true. We have loans to residents 15.5% interest rate. That's it's not interest rate, it's the percentage of loans. Before the war, we had 20. We have to double that. We have about 30% of loans. Then in this kind of loans, a powerful role is played by 579 program. More than 180 billion of loans has been allocated within this program. And this is where I would like to have us working more effectively with National Bank in the context of expanding commercial loans for residents and the source for cheap funding. Because 579 is great. It is indeed a successful program of government, but it's not enough. A powerful signal on one hand, on the other hand, it would be quite healthy to get investors to one of the state banks. But maybe it's a question to the government rather than the National Bank. But if we succeeded in attracting investor to Sensbank and Ukrgazbank, we, I think, would have received a powerful source of funding for Ukrainian businesses. Also, I would like to stress that, indeed, investment climate, it's made of different parts. I'm not going to talk about rule of law and law enforcement agencies because it's a hot story now, being discussed on so many platforms at the moment. Let's not focus on this in this audience, although it's number one question about investment climate. Regulations, over-regulations, indeed, thousands of them. Cabinet ministers have said that half of them has to be digitalized and a quarter should be done away with. If the parliament needs to do something in this regard, then in 1 week, parliament is ready to do away of all the regulations that the government would agree to. There was never a problem in the parliament to do away with overregulation. I'm talking not only so much about the principle that Dmitro mentioned, I'm talking about just specific regulations that have to be done away as on the level of laws. And we're expecting that from the government, and we are ready to support that. At the same time, we have, other than obvious hurdles and hindrances, we have some opportunities to talk about, and serious ones at that. And they are in visa-free regime for economy, for customs and transport and industry. These are some powerful steps that the government made on the way to Euro integration. We are very much in favor of Euro Commission support to do away with quotas for one more year. We think that this decision could be passed even before EU membership of Ukraine. But anyway, it's a great news. And EU market is one of the most powerful markets in the world. We see that already in different areas, from dairy products to wineries to seeds, several areas of agricultural processing that have been powerful, started working, like sugar. And even in the wartime, in 2022, 23, they're making more money than before the war, thanks to European market open. So our chicken, our poultry in 2022 has had the best year throughout the history. And it's important, it's a benefit alongside with those hurdles that we're talking about. I'm wrapping up my intervention. So if we talk about recovery, I would like us to do away with this characteristics of this process, to say post-war. In fact, we don't know how long the war will last. On the other hand, recovery is something that will have to happen even now, start happening even now. And in that part of the recovery plan, President Lugano, and by the way, President has entrusted us to start the plan design in April 2022, 2 months after the large-scale invasion. So first part of this plan is recovery during war. If we talk about specific numbers, already we have recovered 37.5 thousand different establishments, educational, medical, water supply, gas supply. So those are the actions that we have to do now together with you. So it's a very important aspect and a direction for our work is digitalization. Digitalization of all areas. In taxation, in customs, and of course in regulatory policy. And I want to say that over the year 2023, in terms of digitalization, we have done more than in the recent 15 years. I'm talking about fiscal sphere that I'm responsible for. We've launched the electronic audit, and it's this year we're going to be testing on the first volunteer testers. We have them already. Big companies, Softifile. It's an electronic report that the companies will submit. So we've launched electronic excise mark from 2026. We're providing software. Electronic excise mark will start working. It's going to be a very powerful push to doing completely away with illegal market of excise marked goods. Pre-filled out declarations. Everybody here encourage, please enter your taxpayer online cabinet till 1st of May. We have declaration till May, and the tax authority will fill out declaration for you and just offer you to either agree with it or submit the changes, or you don't have, if you don't have to submit the tax returns, so a mobile app of tax authority is very important. It's a very important element of your balance sheet with the state. It's digital call center, a lot of different things on the way to digitalization. One thing to wrap up my presentation with, I'm very thankful to businesses who in 22, 23, despite the war, despite this severe situation, supports moving the businesses out of the shadow. And I'm also thankful to those who've never been in a shadow. And thank you for those who are doing away with old practices of evading taxes, increasing salaries to people, so not paying salaries and envelopes. Those who go completely electronic payments, do away with cash payments, do away with import-related scams. Those are all members of European Business Association, because we've been working with you for a long time. We understand each other. We're on the same page. That de-shadowing of our economy is not so much to increase budgetary revenues, because we need to fund the army. De-shadowing is about level playing field, where in order to enter our market and start working, I don't need to learn the best tax evasion practices. Otherwise, I will be insolvent and won't be able to generate margin. So I'm very thankful for those who support that. On my Telegram channels, I publish now, thanks to all the every specific company, a taxpayer company, and we want to have more and more such companies. Thank you. Thank you, Danilo. Yes, transparent tax paying is going to be a great support. Katerina is prepared to do the presentation to provide financial stability.
Робити презентацію. Перепрошую, презентацію, я думаю, що давайте поговоримо.
I don't know if I should do a presentation properly, just to follow up what's been said. I agree that we have to start talking about recovery now. And when we talk about the policy of National Bank and our macroeconomic forecast and the deliverables we received in 2023, of course, it's great credit goes to businesses. We have to remember that it's also credit to our partners who helped us fund a huge budgetary deficit. First, from the start of large-scale invasion, we received $75 billion to cover the budgetary deficit. And of course, this money and the softened fiscal policy helped to stimulate and incentivize the economy. But those businesses who managed to adapt quickly basically have used this opportunity, and that's why in 2023 we have a GDP growth close to 6%. And for the wartime, large-scale wartime, it's serious numbers. This increase of GDP on the background of macro-financial stability, lower inflation, has created the preconditions for more active loans. So what do we see even now? First of all, we see that as a result of decreasing our interest rates, gradually the market drives down the interest rates for businesses. Last year, on average, the interest rates have gone down by 1.5% on average. And that, again, is significant. What else do we see? We see that thanks to this stabilization, thanks to gradual recovery of internal demand, and despite the enemy's attempts to close export opportunities for us, well, government and businesses have found alternative channels, and our exports have not stopped. So all these things led to basically companies largely have managed to recover their normal activity, to come to some sort of new normal in total unpredictability. But we see as of now that credit metrics of many companies have increased, have improved. What does it tell us? It tells us that banks are ready. So solvent demand for loans from businesses is going to increase, and banks will be ready to provide. Why are banks ready to provide? Because the banking system has a record-breaking excess liquidity. The amount for deposit certificates is about 600 billion hryvnias. And if we take remainders of correspondent accounts, it's about 800 billion hryvnias. So it's a record-breaking volumes of liquidity that can and should be aimed at supporting economy through loans. Second important thing that we see right now. So we have decreased interest rates. We have improvement of credit metrics for businesses, increased solvency. We have increase of internal demand, domestic demand. We have much better opportunities for exports. And largely, and that has been shown by the banking resilience assessment that we've done last year. We've gone through the peak of credit losses. The peak of credit losses for banks as a result of the war it was in 2022 when banks have formed about 120 billion hryvnias of reserves for credit risks, recognizing these losses. And we see already that last year, 2023, in this regard, was much more peaceful. So the volumes of reserves are minor that are formed by the banks. And that is a sign that the main losses have already been recognized. At the same time, banks, through their revenue generated, have managed to restore their capital. So they utilize those losses, and the capital of the banking system has not suffered. And it's strong enough, and it's stable enough in both terms of liquidity and capital in order to continue and activate loans. If we talk about credit losses that were recorded, first of all, together with the banks, and we thank them, we have designed a lot of mechanisms how to help the businesses who suffered in the war. There are different approaches to restructuralizations, grace periods, standstills, etc., etc. And we see the result. We see that there are less and less of toxic loans or not working loans, dead loans. And part of the dead loans, they're getting shorter because of restructurization wherever it's possible. If we talk in general about war credits that don't work, in total amount of dead loans in banking and military NPL, we call them, it constitutes 31%. So it's a third. If we look at this third, then about 60% of this amount are those problems that businesses receive not through destruction of their assets, not through occupation, but through disruption of logistics, through drop of demand, because of the change of structure of demand, I would put it that way. And it says that basically right now, when we've learned to work and we have adapted in blackouts, businesses through recovery of export activity is recovering its financial opportunities and capacity. We as regulators, as banks, we should not be afraid for this amount of NPLs, because through restructuration, new opportunities for businesses is going to go down, it's going to drop. And it's good for economy, it's good for banking sector. If we talk about loans in general, I agree with Danilo that from the start of the large-scale invasion was the main stimulus for loans. It was the 579 state support program. So what do we have right now? And that's our position, and it's basically matches the position of Ministry of Finance. This program was very important, especially in the first year of war. But again, I stress, we've adapted. The economy adapted, businesses, banking sector adapted. The interest rates have been decreasing. There's improved financial situation of the companies. They are being recovered thanks to all those factors that we listed. That's why this program, 579, today have to be refocused. I understand the businesses. And we've talked about this with banks. I understand that banks, when they have the opportunity to have a beneficial loan, but they don't want to have a market loan, so with the market conditions. But the difference in the interest rate is 1.2% or 2%. We're not talking about an unhealthy burden for business. It's just a regular market-based interest rates that businesses are capable of taking, and they have real opportunity to service those loans. That's why we have been analyzing the existing portfolio. We're analyzing this program, and we're going to be preparing proposals for the government, for the Ministry of Finance, so that as we are in a significant budgetary deficit, we understand that it's all budgetary burden. We should refocus this program by aiming it wherever we really need state support, where the companies need to recover after possible ruination of their assets or facilities, where the company on the freshly deoccupied territory has to recover their activity from scratch. The rest of the businesses who've been successfully working, even in the large-scale war, they have to receive loans using market conditions. Banks have liquidity. Even the deposit parts has not grown significantly. Banks are ready to provide loans, and in our survey shows that the banks are expecting more loans for business, and even made their requirements less stringent. What's the interest rates? The key interest rates of now is 15%. But again, the inflation today is about 5%. That is indeed. So we understand in 2024 it's going to be lower growth of GDP, and we expect the inflation will grow a little bit. And there's a number of drivers that basically will lead to that. So that's why we decided right now not to move the interest rates, but we've sent a signal that this year we see that the space for further decrease of key interest rate. And it's a powerful signal for the banks. I understand that the interest rates will go down. But let me tell you one thing, maybe a secret a little bit. I see my colleagues from the banking sector, and when we talk with them informally, they keep saying, we start competing for the borrowers. It's already started. So having this powerful liquidity, banks understand full well that low-risk tools such as deposit certificates, bonds, there's no standard classical banking approach. And those banks that get active first and start talking to customers, being more active in loans, those banks will win much more in the long run. Now, so we're now working at the strategy of recovery. I wouldn't say a recovery because banks didn't stop giving loans. The strategy on getting loans more active. So banking associations received the surveys from us. What hurdles do you see? So we're going to expedite that. This is a memorandum. We have to design it pretty quickly. So we're going to work out what we need with the Ministry of Economy. As some of my colleagues said, the internal demand, domestic demand is recovering gradually. But the most important driver of this demand is still the state and all its requirements to provide our defense capabilities. I'm not only talking about loans to defense industry, because we're talking about all the industries that we have. And the state, in this regard, I think has to come up with priorities and provide this understandable signal to businesses. Businesses, of course, it's their job to implement it through access to banking loans. So I'm wrapping up just to talk about insurance against risk. So we've agreed the concept of creation of mechanism of insurance against war-related risks. So it was a lengthy work. supported by the World Bank. We started it back in 22. As of now, the concept and this mechanism has been agreed and approved by our main partners, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Finance. So what's it going to be? As colleagues mentioned, there are many areas nowadays, many positive things, much progress. So there's EIK insurance of maritime transportation. There are one-off projects that implemented through MIGA. So we're talking about a fully functional mechanism that can start working even now, and is going to continue working years after the large-scale invasion, because security risks will not go away. So how this mechanism is going to work? Just several things to say. First of all, this concept and this mechanism means a mandatory insurance of war-related risks to a number of types of assets. The list of war-related risks themselves in the first stage, as the mechanism is launching, is going to be very limited, because the very notion of war and political risk is very wide. It includes a lot of different things, including the risks of changing the regulation, etc., etc. So we're talking on the first stage only about material losses, direct material losses, as a result of military action. So destruction, ruination of property and assets. So limited number, limited list, mandatory insurance for a number of objects, and voluntary for those who would want. So what does it give us? What does the mandatory insurance give us? It will give us opportunity to engage in this process a huge number of objects and assets, which will decrease the cost of this insurance significantly, because there are a number of problems nowadays with this. First, the capacity is very low of domestic insurance market. That means that our insurance companies cannot afford anymore all those risks. They have to reinsure them. Because the Western insurance companies introduce a high cost of this tariff, reinsurance, that's why the cost of insurance is very high, and it's economically non-viable for businesses. In order to make it more economically viable, we have to provide a huge scope of objects to insure. Because there are a lot of them, the insurance case probability is low, and that will decrease the tariff. There are three levels of coverage. When it's going to be published? Let me tell you. So 3 levels of coverage: domestic companies, state agency, and the Western reinsurance companies. In order for this to launch or to work, you have to write a special law. When is it going to be published? I hope this week, maybe next week, we will publish a press release based on the results of the Financial Stability Council, which has agreed this concept. We already created, based on the Financial Stability Council, created a work group, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy, National Bank. We have to work out some details of this concept, like define what are the objects to be subject to mandatory insurance, and some nuances, and start writing the law itself. The World Bank, the European Commission, European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, other international partners, including international reinsurance brokers, have joined in on the work on this mechanism, and they've expressed their full readiness to provide us all the necessary assistance when writing this law. That's why we will start drafting this law already, and it's in our pipeline that this draft law is complete till June this year. So let's get engaged. We also want to get engaged, for sure. It's an ambitious goal, but we want this mechanism to start working this year. And that's going to be that additional powerful element that will enable us, and the businesses and the banks, to really be more confident and to actively recover economy, to expand the industry and production, to create more jobs, so that our GDP grows, we'll get stronger, because everything we do right now, we do it for victory. Thank you. Thank you, Katerina. It's really powerful, and on Monday we had the meeting with the management where we announced this concept. We're very much looking forward to all the details. Vladimir, I pass the floor to you. You've been actively talking to our international partners. And also, please talk about insurance. But one more thing. EBA have been talking about this level playing field is important for everyone. And because we represent both foreign investors and Ukrainian investors, is there coordination of working with international partners to provide this kind of level playing field? What is the financial support of financial sector? What kind of support for financial sector? And the strategy of supporting small and medium enterprises. Thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation. European Business Association, Independent Association of Banks in Ukraine, and USAID project. IBR, as I understand this new name. I will probably start from insurance against war risks. That's what Danilo and Dmitro said and Katerina said. So, since there are professionals and top managers in this audience, let's systematize what we have by now in insurance against war risks. I will probably start with MIGA. MIGA has created a specialized trust fund for insuring the risk for Ukraine. Trust fund has already provided funding. Britain, Norway, Japan, Taiwan. Out of this trust fund, MIGA has funded 4 projects starting from the start of the war, providing guarantees for equity, 2 in financial sector, 2 in real sector. We're not, of course, talking publicly about everything. It's not property insurance. There are different types of war, so-called political risk insurance. For equity investors, that includes war risks and loss of capital because of military action that creates nationalization, expropriation, and other political violence. So this area in insurance is covered by MIGA and DFC. MIGA, as I said, there are 4 projects from the very start of large-scale invasion. And in the pipeline, several projects in the pipeline. There is a question about pipeline investment-related projects. It's not big enough. What I could recommend and what we can see together with international financial organizations and businesses, we need to make a feasibility study of those projects that we'll see as bankable and approach MIGA with them. So that's why IFIs, DFIs is so important with this, who are working out the options for funding these projects and can provide additional guarantees, because the process of due diligence is a lengthy one, about 6 months. And it includes understanding business continuity, business planning, availability of IFRS in businesses, ESG reporting in businesses. Third, eligibility criteria, they're quite high. That's why without any additional help on preparing feasibility study of such projects, it's going to be hard to scale them up. But in our international partners, the donors, they are ready to provide additional funding for trust fund. Next, DFC, 5 projects from last year. Part of them is about the so-called risk sharing or portfolio guarantees for Ukrainian banks, which in fact is also an indirect insurance of war-related risk, because instead of the client, the DFC have provided guarantees to use it as collateral. And there is a high percentage of risk sharing, 80%. And also there are some first cases of insurance against political risk insurance. Again, the pipeline projects and feasibility and bankability of these projects are super important. That's why we need to work together to provide new projects for analysis. European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, we're talking about property insurance in Ukraine. And this year, again, participated by donors from European Commission, we will launch insurance of goods that are in transit through local insurance companies. First pilot expected the second part of this year. EBRD has been working actively. The special work group in EBRD working on that. Next, about international export credit agencies. There are a lot of limits, up to $1 billion, the general limit, especially active SACA, Italy, AFO, UCAF. And the question is the following. Right now, Ukraine is still classified as 7 group country risk by USAID technology, which requires a high level of cost of insurance for short-term trade coverage and mid-term investment. In fact, we as a government, we're doing the shift in our negotiations with for investment insurance. KUKAs, the Scandinavians, the French, they are looking into the mandate to provide investment insurance for their companies so that they can enter Ukraine. There are 2 big projects of investment are being worked out. One of them is completely no insurance and investors come in. Another one is with insurance, and you will hear these investments publicly soon. Next, number 5. With the participation of the state, together with Underwrite London, we've launched insurance, or reinsurance rather, of Holland P&I for owners of maritime transport when they entered Equatoria of Black Sea, Ukraine. And participation of the state in this project, we've launched a specialized fund. It's called Unity, worth of $50 million to cover the decrease of the cost of insurance for maritime vessels. Sixthly, Export Credit Agency, and Metro Danilo mentioned that, thanks to the committee for 1915. The supervisory board has been working on a strategy also, which is basically insurance of investments for Ukrainian investors and exporters. So we're talking about processing industry, we're talking about Ukrainian exports, non-property insurance, so that to insure the capital of export-oriented Ukrainian companies, and instead of payment, they should be able to use ECA insurance when receiving funding from Ukrainian banks. Next slide. So general parameters around the first public insurance that we've already announced, investment in industrial park in Lviv. Again, why is it a success case? Because together with that, EBRD was providing funding as direct loans. And that allowed to deblock and expedite due diligence, which was quite slow in MIGA. As for insurance of maritime transport, as I said, $20 billion in state backstop, $30 million. The second layer, 14 underwriters of Lloyd's in London. And this panel of underwriters decided yesterday that we're not only insuring agricultural products and transportation, but all other export-oriented goods. That's why we're expecting more and more applications submitted by owners of maritime vessels. Last week, the first insurance was already issued. The cost of that insurance, 75% of cost of the vessel. Thanks to the backstop, the cost is lower than when the grain corridor was working. 15 new applications from Lloyd's and London's. They're looking into this with the underwriter Ascot for the next cover. So basically 100% lower the cost of insurance even in these current market conditions. Moreover, we're planning this year to launch cargo insurance of the cargo itself that is on the vessel. Thanks to donors, we'll be able to scale it up. I'm not going to dwell too much on this. A detailed information about export credit agencies in different countries that opened their limits. Our task here is to reclassify the risk of the country into category 6 and providing realistic projects for insurance, the locals, local. So, and when we talk about policy making, so that these export credit agencies would insure Ukrainian investors as well, whenever it's a joint venture in Ukraine. And then the final slide for me. How do we see the joint getting together, IFI in Ukraine and insuring against risks? I want to stress again that direct project finance in Ukraine is a priority that we have to work on directly, together with investors, together with projects, the IFI, and after the due diligence in your projects, with the help of international organizations. Not all businesses really want to have insurance. It's not for free. It's a long-term story. For 10 or 20 years, it's insurance policy that you have to pay on. And that's a question of investors, what do they decide? They want new capital investments with insurance or without. I have several cases where investors didn't want insurance, although the commitment was already there to such institutions as MIGA and DFC. So that's what I wanted to put in the system in terms of insurance. In terms of access to funding, Ukraine facility has been passed. There's a second pillar in it, the so-called Ukraine Investment Framework. And there will be the de-risking of balance sheet of international institutions so they can work in Ukraine and provide funding. That's what I said with multiplier number 4. There is an opportunity to give large-scale funding for Ukrainian companies. And that's what we're talking about, the level playing field. Even those international companies that enter Ukraine, they open a company in Ukraine, they'll become Ukrainian companies and hopefully members of association. I also hope that. So thanks a lot, Vladimir. We also have an online Agil from IFC. Thank you, Vladimir. In any case, the presentation is going to be available and we will send it out to our attendees. Agil. And we're going to be talking about asset-based funding and how to start this kind of regulation. We're a little bit behind schedule, but let's ask the colleagues. As soon as Ali Agil joins us, give him the floor. But now let's pass the floor to Vera and then Olga and then Oleg. Because we've been listening to cabinet ministers, the regulator. But in terms of businesses, from the side of businesses, Vera, you cooperate with investors and you have great understanding of what they face as they get available products and when they get the financial support. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Thanks all the organizers of this event and the previous speakers. It's a highly important topic and we do have to talk about it. But before I answer to the question, with Olga, with the co-head of the Committee of Recovery of Ukraine. So can I ask a couple of questions first? Because you raised interesting issues here. Vladimir, you talked about maritime insurance. Whom do I talk to get it? We have Agricultural Committee. They don't know. They call Marsh, the London. Whom do I call about the maritime insurance. It's strange. Marsh should be answering because it's their area. Well, basically, Marsh McLennan, as a reinsurance broker, and the underwriters panel, Ascot Underwriters, is the lead underwriter. So those you have to talk to. Do you have any contacts in Marsh? Yeah, we're planning to have a round table in the nearest time to discuss the unity. So we're talking about insurance of owners of vessels on the different country flag, and they understand how reinsurance works because they get market-based insurance, and they get insurance as part of unity. On the next stage this year, we're going to be expanding it for cargo. So then we're going to be including all of our exporters in this pool as well. Right, thank you. Then can we run our presentation on the screen?
А можна, колеги, я так думаю, що
So I want to thank the previous investors. We'll add some business's voice here to this panel discussion. Thank you so much. And it brought some optimism, hearing what you were saying. And it's so great that the conference, despite the fact that it's about funding during the war, it's about so many issues, not only funding, not only cash flow that constitutes the business life, but also we cover deregulation, political risks, and things that Danilo was mentioned that we don't mention here because it's been discussed everywhere. But a lot of us, we've seen the first phrase that was on the IFC banner: resilience. Resilience of Ukrainian businesses. It's probably the biggest characteristic from European Business Association, from everybody present, from Ukrainian people, from the foreign business. We want to thank Ukrainian businesses that have become so resilient. But maybe resilience is not the phrase that will get more foreigners here and foreign investors here. It's not the biggest word that, stimulates them to invest in Ukraine. On the first slide, we've shown the information. What is the total dependence of Ukrainian economy from foreign investments? And it's so great that we're talking about Ukrainian recovery now, thanks to financial and donor support of our partners. But it's not going to last forever. Economy will have to be recovered with and the direct foreign investments is going to be a key factor for that. So we've heard one number here, second bullet point, record-breaking direct investments in 2008, which constituted $10.7 billion. But in terms of recovery of Ukraine, this figure is no longer ambitious. If we're serious about recovery of Ukraine, we have to talk about domestic and external investors. What is moving investors? Two things: greed and fear. Greed that forces people to invest and fear that stops these investments on both domestic and external markets. Danilo has talked about investments stimulation, that the budget will have 3 billion hryvnia allocated for implementation of this law, industrial parks, etc. But all these conditions in the legislation for preferential tax treatment, they are available for Ukrainian domestic investors or more understanding of this. But let's be open. They're ready to go through bureaucracy that is tied to getting preferential treatment. And, deregulation is a big issue. How it's going to happen? And I'm talking about being optimistic. But for now, it's about domestic. investors. If we look at the foreign investors, they are moved by fear. So if we talk about fears of foreign investors who decrease the risk appetite for in Ukraine, they can be split into two. We talk about insurance against military and political risks. The military risks are obvious. We have little impact on them. It's not up to us. It's the Ukrainian army and the whole world are doing everything possible to decrease them. What we can really impact is political risks, and things are within our reach. So we have to start before yesterday, as they said, because we didn't have many foreign direct investors in before the war. So the state has to prepare effective methods of protecting foreign investors in Ukraine, foreign investments in Ukraine. We don't talk about privatization of state property right now, which is very relevant, and it will have an absolute impact, positive impact on direct foreign investments, but only if the state, as the owner and manager of this property, will take the risks of the previous periods. Here's the head of the State Property Fund changed, and using this opportunity, I want to talk to the legislators as well. You know, if you look at due diligence of different assets that are being privatized, so it's a due diligence of more than 100 pages. If the state takes responsibility to deal with this risk, it's take it or leave it. There have already been one draft law in this area, and it was about. So we're already working with the fund. European Business Association is ready to join the work on tax risks. So the question that we're more optimistic. Let's talk about challenges the businesses have. Next slide. The next two slides, rather. So it's more of a philosophical stance about the war-related risks. You see, European Business Association, in particular Committee on Recovery, I can say we were the biggest speakers in that, but what was the most important question from the start of our creation in summer 2022? We were talking about war-related risks. We were saying that it's a very important thing, and so they said if insurance against war risks is going to start and be working, it will decrease all those fears of businesses have. Turns out it's not quite that. It is important. It is very relevant for everyone. But as of now, when we talk about businesses, we understand that war risks for businesses have become just as such as a fire risk. Businesses are starting to get used to it. Have there always been insurance against fire for everyone? Is it going to be available? Are we going to have enough financial resources, the opportunities to go through necessary procedures to get the necessary insurance? Will the companies have opportunities, especially Ukrainian companies, to pay their insurance fees? Maybe not for everyone. Was it a survey? Yeah, it was a survey of businesses. It was not an official survey as part of the European Business Association because we were just short of time. It was a survey among our key companies. It cannot be considered 100% representative, but it's one of the biggest players on the market in terms of investment companies working in European Business Association. So it's sort of an exit poll, but we're going to continue that. It was necessary for us to gauge the mood of the people. Is it a panacea that we thought it would be or not? So it's not. And over the recent months when we were preparing for this panel discussion, and we're asking in the committee, okay, so there is insurance against war-related risks, but the most important that the investors were talking about, don't only limit through insurance of war-related risk. The insurance market requires support, but you have to create other conditions for investments to come in. If the risk of insurance case have been compared with the risk of fire, then the risks that businesses run into every day. Next slide. Is something we can start talking even today. It's the risk that the businesses are not insured against, and it's a risk that the businesses live with. So we encourage you. I'm also thankful, even before we started more complex discussion on the finances during war. So basically, the start of our discussions, as Dmitro started. So we started talking about this in conflict. Businesses are ready to cooperate with you. The council created at the presidential office and institutions, we're going to support, and we're ready to support. The businesses are asking for the opportunity to just live and do their job. And the war risks, that is a story to tackle altogether. Dmitro, I know you have a very short time, so let's continue. Mira? Yeah, next slide. I wanted to talk about war-related risks, but maybe from a different point of view. The colleagues were talking about countries, how many companies opened these cooperation programs. So practically speaking, there are still not enough Ukrainian companies who actually know about the available insurance against war risks. Those who do know, they're not fit on some criteria. So it's not a good system for Ukrainian businesses. The only there are a couple of cases where Ukrainian businesses received funding, but the most frequent case now, when Ukrainian businesses are finding partners abroad, and that foreign partners that ships certain goods or service in their country through their export credit agency, they insure some kind of their risk or receive some kind of co-funding because they work with Ukraine and they cover their own risks, and it's good for Ukrainian partners. So at the moment, it's the only working arrangement. You've already shown some slides from Volodymyr. Who are those export credit agencies that expressed their wish to cover risk of cooperation with Ukraine? They update this information every day. We've seen that Canada updated their trade agreement with Ukraine, stressing recovery of Ukraine. So again, there are new tools appearing. We thank the international partners for working on that. But still, the problem persists. We are very much expecting the tool from Export Credit Agency that is being designed at the moment. And we've done a presentation for association of this tool. We thank the deputy head of Export Credit Agency for providing us information. So businesses are very much anticipating this tool. But let's move 2 slides ahead. Volodymyr, you mentioned that you have a pipeline of projects, and we have to start on working on them right now. In our business association, we have our own pipeline projects. So we're collecting investment opportunities and projects, not only from our association members, we're very much open to all the Ukrainian businesses, and we even have municipalities, and we have civil society organizations. Also, Ukraine Invest helped us to build this map of investment projects, and we have their project on our map as well. So there are a lot of projects, hundreds of them, but none of them, in their terms of readiness and the money necessary for the project, it's not eligible for MIGA. It's not eligible for some global insurance programs. It's like poultry factory, tourist base. There are different projects, but how do we find finance for this kind of business during war? It's a huge challenge. With Svetlana, we've been traveling all over the world with this map. We had a petition in Austria. What about ECA, export credit agencies, who insure our producers, who don't necessarily have to be big. It's their function. As soon as they have the goods, no, it's not even exporting or importing. It's just they're a Ukrainian company, and they go to ECA, and ECA will have to provide insurance for them. That's what the function is about. So for our map, we are seeking foreign partners for co-funding. Maybe we'll ask the Ministry of Economy to get some cases. No, we do talk with ECA. Not all projects here are eligible for exports. Look, once again, we have provided a function of ECA not just to ensure exports. We have provided one more function of ensuring the Ukrainian business from war and political risks. It's not about export potential at all. It's any business who works here. Yeah, our association has been writing proposals to 1950. We've been monitoring it. We're looking for a tool. The phrase is changed in the law, but there's no tool. We even wrote a request to National Bank, who has been designing this tool, so that we take a look at it. We still haven't. So we will be very happy to use it. So we've been traveling all over the world with this project. There's a lot of interest. After we do a presentation, hundreds of investors give us their business cards. They visit our website. Some projects start talking, but still, we need assistance very much from the parliament, from the government, from the National Bank, so we can find funding, support investment projects. That's our pipeline. It's realistic. There are real telephones, real coordinates. That's what we work with. A quick response. You see, if you have that pipeline project that you travel the world with, let us take a look at it in terms of project funding from international financial organizations, project funding, and getting insurance. If the initiators of these projects require insurance of their equity, their investments, because it's not enough just to have a pipeline project from the government. It has to go through this readiness stage, through feasibility study. We have to, together with international organizations and you, so that we put these projects in the state that the international organizations can look into it. I can put some more map that we've designed together with the National Security Council, Marsh McLennan as well, in a number of the number and intensity of military action. There are many communities that are safe enough in terms of investment. So there's this tool as well. It's not public, but it is available to talk with investors. It's a heat map, so-called. So green, yellow, red scale. So thirdly, ECA. The tool is now being designed to ensure investments, the equity that investors are bringing to businesses, but only export-oriented companies and processing industry. So it's not related to export expansion. It's for investments. So the product is being designed by ECA, Ministry of Economy is designing bylaws, and we hope we'll be able to launch it together with the first pilot projects. Right. Couple of words. Independent Banking Association in Ukraine. So it's a sort of a NABU for banking. Vladimir Mudry. You know each other, right? In terms of funding, IFC, EBRD, a number of other financial partners we have, cooperate with banks. And in terms of provision of resources, in terms of decreasing risks through risk share guarantee products, and there are different mechanisms. like how to create a certain project, how to decrease risk for banks and for businesses. So come to them. Organize a meeting, show them these projects, let them take a look, because they've been cooperating for so long with our international partners. They can take a look and tell you where and how and what, and maybe they would love to provide some loans. Because if they don't start giving loans quick enough, they will lose the skill. Yeah, we will talk about the banks part that are members of European Bank Associations. So Agil have joined us. Vladimir, I have a short reflection. We did submit those the maps and the projects. So let's start as a pilot. Select a number of our projects, prepare them, and see how it works. And then to multiply. But as for ACA, indeed, we were waiting for the mechanism to start working in reality. If it's going to be the first half a year, it's great. Nabu, we cooperate with them anyway. So Agil is with us from AFC. Can you hear us, Agil?
Do you hear us again? Yeah. Wait.
Yes. Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you. So,
And do you see a screen, my presentation?
no, we see you. You look good.
Thank you very much. Just a moment, I shared. Well, is my presentation on the screen or not yet?
No, still you.
Okay, just a moment. Let me try again.
We are a little bit out of time, so I will kindly ask you to, be brief.
Sure. Okay, let me start. So, thank you very much for such an opportunity to join this discussion. Very interesting and fruitful discussion. By the way, just let me know when you see the presentation, and I will go.
Now
on
we
that
see
matter.
it. Now we see
Okay.
it.
Okay, great. So ABIS, Lisa stated during the welcome remarks, IFC is keen to bring new solutions like ABF asset-based financing to our countries. And when we say asset-based financing, we mean there are supply chains, there are players, suppliers, buyers, sub-suppliers, sub-buyers, and there are shortage of liquidity between them for a short time of period, and there are financiers in who we are interested to finance all those players. And primarily, we are talking about factoring, reverse factoring, receivable discounting. There are six, seven products that we are interested, and I just want to mention that apart from the business products, there is a need for legislation and regulatory framework and plus infrastructure to have all these products in the market available. And first of all, from regulatory perspective, that I'm going to talk more, it's not entity-based approach, it's product-based approach. And as a rule, we categorize all these products into two places, receivable-based and loan-based. In case of receivable-based, the products, the receivables are sold and the financier obtains all this portfolio. In the second case, sellers and buyers continue their business and financiers finance this purchase only as loans. So factoring, reverse factoring, and receivable discounting forfeiting are as a part of receivable purchase based, and loan advance against receivables, distributor finance, pre-shipment finance, and loans advances against inventories are part of loan-based products. And almost in all cases, we have receivables, we have inventory, and also receivable as a collateral in these transactions. So what we are doing in our countries, firstly we start with diagnostic summary. We make our diagnostics, and as we make clear whether there is a big impediments for this products in the market from regulatory perspective or not. And as a rule, we pay attention to 3 areas. It's the licensing and supervision, capital requirements, and loan loss provisioning. From licensing and supervision perspectives, we are looking for banks, non-bank financial institutions, and factoring companies. Whether they are licensed, or how they are supervised, but it's necessary to continue on that side. Second part we are looking for, that's the capital requirements, exposures for corporate clients and for SMEs, and credit protection collateral, how all these are treated. Of course, banks, financial institutions, factoring companies can disperse their loans or use other financial products without even collateral. But the conducive environment is very important on that case. For example, on case of loan loss provisioning, how mitigants, how risk mitigants are made in the practice, and it's important to understand how they are treated from the regulatory perspectives. So how we organize our work on that side. We start, just a moment. Okay, we start with applicable statutes and regulations. We check the civil codes, laws on national central banks, law on banks, on secure transactions, on factoring, prudential norms in relation to these products. And for example, you know that Untitled model law on factoring doesn't give an exact definition for factoring. But from the regulatory perspectives, it's very important to know what's the regulated activities under the factoring. Because in order to have the license, to understand who should be licensed on that market from the regulator, it should be made clear the definition for regulated activities for factoring. So we analyze the effective legislative side. Second, scope. So as I listed, licensing, capital adequacy, and loan loss provisioning. Our main counterparties here are regulator, national banks, and again, the general approach here is risk-based regulation. On next phase, it's an impact. So what we make clear what are the products the market really needs for that time, and what type of licensing needed for them, what are the prudential treatment for them should be from regulatory capital and loan loss provisioning, and whole credit ecosystem. We want to have development of all these ABF products. We want improved access to finance for medium and SME, micro and SMEs, and compliance with international regulatory standards. So the phase for us is strengthening financial inclusion, improved access to finance, and compliance with Basel framework in relation to the regulatory environment. Again, this ABF reforms require legislative, regulatory, and infrastructure solutions in the market, and I need also to inform that our colleague will talk you about infrastructure side in details. That was all about I want to share with you limited information on regulatory, how we work to improve regulatory environment in the countries.
Thank you, Agil. Thank you so much for your intervention. And now я хотіла б далі передати слово вже на бік.
Now I would like to pass the floor to banking. Ruslan. Yeah, it's hard to speak as the last in the panel discussion, but let me try and structure this discussion. We've heard a lot of thank you to each other, and it's not just a gesture. Because all the stakeholders who are present today in the panel discussion, we have wonderful dialogue, maybe the best dialogue over all time. We've been listened to as a sector, and we cooperate. That's the most important. So I'll split my question in two parts, internal and external. Internal funding is very important. We have three stages there. First stage was emergency response, basically after the start of the war. And we did an excellent job. We realized that we are in the same boat and the same problematic river. So the funding has not stopped for even a day. And it's a great credit to all stakeholders. The appetite changed a little bit, but we supported all the key industries. 579 played a significant role because we basically provide cheap funding during the K rate 25% and inflation 26%, and a drop of economy for 40%, even optimistically speaking. And all of that provided the opportunity to keep that resilience from both customers and banking sector. No bank has dropped, capitalization is high, liquidity is high, the appetite, all the regulations were adapted. What do we have now? Other two stages. The stage of rebuild as first aid, and third is modernization. So what's been said by Catherine, the change of priority 579 is super important and necessary. And we need to change this focus very quickly because the money in the budget is not so much to support this program in the previous amounts. And when we allocate 93 billion per year as a sector, that is about yesterday. Now when key rate is 15, when liquidity allows for banks to fund even now on 12 or 13, and the big foreign banks as well, who have limited potential, and they provide hryvnia, and you can see press releases of top banks that they've funded EBRD and hryvnia and a significantly slow interest rate. All of that creates access to finance for the industry, even without the 579 for the equity. So the working capital, that has to be refocused into investment goals or CapEx. CapEx are necessary because long money is still expensive, because 15 to 17% or leasing, that is often works at 20%. It's very low leverage for this kind of funding. So here, 579 is still necessary as a compensation. Other than that, we need to help those who suffered a lot, the occupied territories or companies who suffered there in every region. And thirdly, third focus is ESG, green agenda, and it's more about modernization. So we have to reorient the stimuli and do it quick. Next question we have to touch upon, the appetite to funding, market has it. And we see now deterred demand, postponed demand. We saw last year the drop of portfolios, but from summer last year, the funding is growing steadily, and we see that. We needed to avoid the problem that happened 2014, when a lot of companies worked no loan, no funding. So it was a problem because equity as the most expensive capital was then reinvested, and that led into long-term problems. So banks are now partners. Another question is how to strengthen that. And that is strengthened in several things. First of all, cooperation with IFIs, decreasing risks. And it's great that IFI have disclosed a lot of limits for state banks. They did last year, Privat, Oshad, Exim. All the banks basically signed off for great limits, and they play a significant role in this program. Foreign banks also signed up. We have 300 million Raiffeisen alone worth this program. So what does that give us? There's a myth that the banks just plainly decrease their risk. No, that's not exactly like that, because banks provide more access to funding for the customers, lower coverage level, and that helps small and medium businesses. We need to work with IFIs. We're doing that actively to expand this kind of programs from SMEs to middle corporate and big corporate, because there is a significant need in programs, not only case-by-case solutions that are available now. And it's great if we work on that pipeline with IFIs, because we as a bank, as a key players, they are very actively working on case-by-case. But there are also portfolio guarantees. Portfolio guarantees will help us. The program we signed with DFC is an 8-year program for investment goals with the coverage 80%. It's about CAPEX. It's about what we're saying. Other than IFIs, there are grants as well. Lena Hill, people, USAID representatives, we're working on grant framework for the market. When the market will get grants for key things, creating jobs, supporting exports, supporting domestic producer. Why CAPEX is also important. Having this kind of gap in the trade balance, we need to replace imports. When there's an investment in equipment, it's about 12 months to start, only for the launch of this equipment. So here, capital light products, grant support, insurance. We've heard about insurance against war risk. Let's be frank here. A huge appetite for scalable program among the reinsurance companies, we don't have it. Let's be frank here. But there are some progress, and the concept of national bank and the government is doing a lot. The parliament is doing a lot. We as a domestic market are also creating capacity of internal domestic insurance market, which later in 9 or 12 months will demonstrate to London and other channels how it works, what's the track record, so that it's really a scalable project. Because to wait till MEGA or other organizations to look into you 9 months, we have missiles flying every day, and the funding is necessary right now. So this appetite for insurance of war and political risk is there. We do everything so that the cost of this insurance is much lower, and we start with small things. As for the external factors, they're very important. Talking with different foreign partners, I always say we don't need charity, we need FDI. FDI is about transparency, it's about accountability, and it's about understanding the local conditions. Whenever we walk together to foreign investors and we show them these pipelines, they have a different question. When I will do that? They have 3 dimensions. First dimension is localization. It's basically something why reallocation didn't work, because we don't have a clear package locally, a demographic package, an investment package, as well as tax. It's very important for every investor. So all these projects will only work when we'll have this heat map with the clear conditions, like when I invest in Lviv, Kirovograd, Cherkasy, or other regions. That's when it's going to work. So we talked with Vladimir a little bit about it. So we have to create that heat map. So we will join the foreign, the external appetite, the local appetite, and investments will come. And lastly, Katerina said today that when we start a competition for a customer, for a client, I think we need to change our mindset and start doing competition among banks for the clients. We need to cooperate. We need to co-act. We need to create additional economic value added, economic domestically for our customers. That's why this kind of reorientation of stimuli and this kind of cooperation, co-action, that will allow us to go through this modernization and first aid response during the war, not waiting for after the war. Thank you. Thank you, Ruslan. All right, dear colleagues, I'd like to give 1 or 2 questions because we're almost run out of time, but we need to start the next panel discussion. So let me read from the chat. We have this message. Danila, maybe a question to you. When the tax inspections that are nitpicking, the technical errors in primary documents cannot be a ground for huge fines. So it's a lengthy question. There's so many controlling officers. So we're talking about deregulation here. How does that play together? Well, this pressure, these inspections, that is around nitpicking on formalities. You know, we can talk about any deregulation of tax, and primarily we're very open to this dialogue, and I think that in 2023 we've done quite a lot in this area, and we'll be working even more. But this question, you understand it better when you talk specifics, like when you have an additional error in the check or in an invoice. Let's remove it because it has no fiscal essence. We did that in 23. There's a degree of Ministry of Finance, and we removed some requisites that had nothing to do with fiscal details. But to suggest, let's give the tax authority to determine in every particular case whether this requisite is necessary or not necessary. Did it have an impact on tax revenue or not? That is a clear way to corruption, and it's an unjustified discretion of tax authority. We're fighting that. You can't fight that in one hand and then demand not to bring the violators to justice. You cannot give it to the discretion of the tax inspector. Another thing that we need to understand, the tax law, in most of it, is bound in certain formal requirements. There is also discretion, of course. There is an argument on the essence, but some requirements are formal. If you don't file tax returns till such deadline, that is a formal ground for being held responsible, regardless of what had happened. And it's not our approach only, it's all over the world like that. Because to solve each such small case and arguments on this case, it basically will paralyze the tax system and create a lot of ground for corruption. We won't be doing that. Right, clear. I'd like to ask a question to Katerina. And who are you? Diana Polenko, Interfax Ukraine. So, Danila has published in a Telegram channel that Financial Committee at the Parliament has looked into shadow operations and has exposed fraud in cashless transactions. And regulator has suggested to introduce limitations for card payments, as well as the limit amount when putting cash in the ATM. So what is planned to do? I can say that we are working on that. You know, in terms of additional limitations for transactions of physical persons, so in terms of limitations to manage their own funds, it's a sensitive topic. We're working on that. I wouldn't like to now, until we have the final say. I don't want to announce anything to avoid manipulation, etc. The problem is existing. Yes, that's true. I cannot tell you that it's all over the country, but unfortunately, and Danila mentioned that there are businesses who consciously do that. They consciously go into transparency. But there is a big part of the businesses that steadily continue to use all kinds of scams to avoid taxation, tax evasion, etc. Gambling business was number one in that, and You know that several banks were their licenses were revoked because they basically created those scams and mechanisms for those scams. So considering the experience we have, we're working on that right now, and we will advise and consult our colleagues from the profile committees afterwards how to do that best, so that we don't create a hindrance for legitimate businesses, but at the same time decrease the way for manipulation and opportunities to evade taxes. Catherine answered this question in politically correct way, but I'd say you have to talk to society openly, frankly. I don't know whether there are people here who try to buy illegal drugs. Hopefully not, but let's be open. Illegal drugs are bought on cashless transaction, right? Because security service clearly informs about that, the national banks and us, that the illegal drug market is cashless. And I can tell you responsibly because I did that in the committee. We bought illegal vodka. Also, it was a cashless transaction. And the illegal tobacco. That's wrong. In a war-torn country, you can't have things like that. So it's not even about taxes, not so much about taxes. It's about an organized crime, a huge organized crime that during the wartime steals a huge amounts of money. And it's, it's not people earning legitimate money and doing transactions with their family. It's crime. It's finding the loopholes in cashless economy for illicit activity. And the National Bank will have to will fight with that, and we will support National Bank. I think the issue of battling economic crime is not a mandate of National Bank. Why? Because any regulation, any stringent new conditions, the organized crime will always find a loophole, will always find a way to go around. So you need to really put so if law enforcement know about it, let them work on that. Yeah, it's a very important topic for investors and business, but a bit different than what we discuss in this forum. But let me say that shadow economy is a huge resource that the budget still doesn't get. The legal businesses suffer, or the state suffers, and the army. And if the law enforcement would focus on that, it would be better. So thank you, everybody, for this discussion. It was very informative. So now I pass the moderation to others. Thank you. Thank you so much for the panel discussion. And the next panel discussion is about loans during war. We'll start at about 11:50, so we have 10 or less than 5 minutes to have some coffee and get back.
Запрошувати спікерів, учасників другої панельної дискусії на сцену. Володимир Кузьо, заступник міністра економіки.
Vladimir Kuzyo, Deputy Minister of Economy. Keipli Kandi, expert in funding, American cooperation in funding international development. Olena Hill, expert in portfolio guarantees, USAID Investments for business resilience. Andrei Gapon, head of the Entrepreneurs Development Fund. Yaroslan Hashev and Yuri Katsion, deputy head of the management of Shadbank. Moderator of this discussion, deputy head of management of Shadbank, Anton Tutu.
Так.
Maybe here. It's your place. All right. Yeah. So. Previous discussion.
I can't talk about it.
Можемо ми попросити вас помінятися місцями, тому що від місця модератора, щоб було так зручніше. Ми вас чекаємо.
Dear participants, please join us. We're awaiting you. Because we have to continue the broadcast.
Шановні учасники, будь ласка, заходьте до залу.
Dear participants, please take your places and we're going to start. Second panel discussion, loans for businesses during the war. Anton Titun, moderator of this panel discussion. Greetings, everyone.
Цікава тема. Наша
Maybe loans is not as exciting discussion as the previous one where we talked about drugs and alcohol, but still there are interesting participants, interesting speakers. I think we're going to start our discussion by thanking our armed forces to be even able to talk about development here in this room. So let's begin. The first question that I would like to address to Volodymyr. So it's an unstable situation in the loan market in terms of legal entities. The decline is continuing. Physical persons, it grows. In a crisis situation, usually it's the opposite, but we have opposing trends somehow. Thanks to 579, the market started growing, developing, but we all understand that there are some negative things. There are positive things from this program. And we see now that the state pays a lot of attention to actually how to restore the loans. The National Bank has published 5 main areas of activity. Among them, of course, recovery of loans. Ministry of Economy is a provider in this and a driver of this issue. Therefore, question to you in general, what do you see in this year that can be done? What will be other than 579 initiatives to significantly up the loans? And of course, the question on 579, what changes are to be expected? What conclusions from the last year, what lessons you've learned from this program? What was positive, what was negative? Thanks a lot. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Then I will split this answer into 2 blocks. First block, what do we do with international financial organizations? And secondly, what do we do as a state at our contribution? Right, so this information, this is as of end of the quarter 3. We're still preparing for the Q4. So what did you see from this slide? International financial organizations, bilateral development organizations, the total portfolio of their presence in Ukraine is about 4 billion euro. And it's split into several important tools. First tool is direct funding, as loans, corporate finance. And here the most active are EBRD, IFC, and EIB. And the funding is done in both local currency and hard currency. Of course, the interest rates are high because this is not the cheapest kind of funding. So then there's a second tool that is used, so-called risk-sharing portfolio guarantees for Ukrainian banks so that they can deblock local funding. And just as on the previous panel discussion, we were saying this is a tool that allows for Ukrainian banks, without taking additional risks, to fund Ukrainian borrowers. And that's what the 30% of all the portfolio activity and commitments are constituting. The next element are grants that Oshad Bank and Western banks do that in terms of blend. So grants and funding for the same customer. After the Ukraine facility is allocated, there are 8 additional billion euro for de-risking, for implementing the projects in Ukraine. The projects are going to be split into 3 directions. financial sector Ukraine, funding through banks, corporate finance, so-called for direct funding for corporate clients, and project finance. We as a government will be participating in the governance of the second pillar and will provide contribution into design of the programs themselves so that they match the requirements of the market and your needs. For example, to increase the part of risk sharing to 80% or increase the max cap so that middle and corporate customers are provided loans for guarantees for international organizations and other type of information and the needs that we collect from the market, and we facilitate the international programs in Ukraine. Next. As for the stimuli that are provided in the budget, industrial parks, 1 billion hryvnia for 2024 to fund these parks to the grids, compensate interest rates, and so that the residents of industrial parks could be exempt from taxes for 5 years and exempt from customs fees when they import equipment. Big investments, more than 12 million euro, signing a specific investment agreement with the government, receiving the preferential terms. And so those stimuli and programs funding that we're talking about, there's a work from Ministry of Economy. We provide grants to entrepreneurs in 3 areas: micro grants to 250,000 hryvnias, grants for veterans from 250 to 1 million hryvnia, and grants for creation and development of processing industry up to 8 million hryvnias, and grants for horticulture and gardening from 400,000. And in all the programs, there's work going on. About 13,000 entrepreneurs receive funding, about 5 billion hryvnias. This year, we think there will be 14,000 microgrants, Vlastna Sprava program, 1,000 grants to veterans, 1,000 grants to processing industry. Yosela, electronic housing program, available mortgage that stimulates development of construction industry and related industries. About 7,000 Ukrainian families received funding, total worth of 11 billion. Loans for housing from 3% interest rates for military and law enforcement, and up to 7% others who don't have their own housing. Also, we have programs for compensation of the cost of agricultural equipment, of Ukrainian-produced equipment. Also, a program for 1 billion hryvnia allocated for 2024. We expect about 4,000 applications. The issue of humanitarian demining that we touched upon in the previous panel discussion, 3 billion hryvnia is allocated to compensate for agricultural companies of the cost of demining of agricultural lands that will have to be returned to productive use. As for 579 program, this year 17 billion hryvnias for funding, and the main focus compared to the previous 2 years, we refocused on processing industry, and we increased the limit to 150 million hryvnias in terms of loans up to 10 years. So it's a shift from funding run capital to investment needs. When we talked on the previous session, we as the Ministry of Economy, we see high priority in that. About 800 579 loans were in January, 3.4 billion as running capital, processing 3 billion, and businesses who work in the military risk, 1.2 billion hryvnia. As for the areas or industries, 48% agriculture, retail and wholesale, and processing. Processing 17%. So therefore, investment loans to processing industry inside priority for 579 loans this year. Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir. We see that 579 has been developing actively, been modifying, growing. So we hope that the changes for the business will be the changes for the better. We see electronic housing applications. We see that the portfolio has doubled almost. The accreditation of construction companies is going on. So really, we thank you for these programs for the banking sector. Question? To clarify about 579, you know, our customers have been asking a lot about the announced changes. And today we also heard in the panel discussion that the program will be modernized for processing and import replacement. So the action of the government have to be predictable and understandable. When the changes you're talking about are expected, that you will refocus from supporting the running capital, and when is to expect that? A good question. I love speaking about clear deadlines publicly. We work with International Monetary Fund and Ministry of Finance because it's a sensitive question. We understand the needs of banking sector. We understand the current portfolio of clients that have to be refinanced and changing. Let's wait till all the stakeholders announce their position, because I cannot give you a direct answer now. Thank you. I understand that it's hard to receive a deadline in a panel discussion publicly, but we'll be thankful if you share with the businesses and banks when the deadlines are coming. Andrei, the question to you then. How do you see the change of the needs of businesses in terms of loans on 579? You as the main provider of this program, and what in general to expect for the banks, for the businesses from 579 loan program? Of course, everybody wants the predictability because everybody has budgets and P&L, but while we're waiting for changes, we don't know when, what kind of changes specifically. Could you add some focus to our expectations? I will try and focus, yeah. I will try and provide you more detail. So the main distributor of budgetary funds, the Ministry of Economy, already announced where the program moves this year. It's more of investment because the portfolio is mostly running capital, and in total 14.5% is investment project, our investment project. Our vision as the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy and the fund is that we need to strengthen the investment part of our program. And the main objective currently is to deal with those challenges that emerged after the banks actively participated in the program in 2023. I prepared a couple of slides. Can we launch them so that you can visualize the results of 2023? So from this slide you can see our successes in 2023, and you can see 2023 was one of the most active years since the program started in 2020. And the new directions, such as processing, construction, war risky territories, energy service, has started working. We managed to form a general portfolio, 274 billion hryvnias. 104 billion were formed only 2023 alone. So this success had some consequences as well. It's the debt that we accrued before banks who are participants of this program. Now it constitutes 6.9 billion hryvnia, so start of 2024. But here I can calm you down because the state in any case will pay. Everything is due. And to demonstrate our plans, and commitments. Would like to see the third slide, if possible. Here. So that's where you can see we did payment of debt in 2023. As you know, we after 22 we entered this program with a debt of 4.5 billion hryvnias. Back in April, we started paying on the debt, and in July 2023, we had no more debt. That provoked the growth of our credit portfolio and a high dynamic in the program. So we thank the banks a lot for the trust to state and trusting our Ukrainian businesses, whom you really help in these difficult conditions by providing your financial resources. So I would like to focus your attention that basically the program has quite a big budget for this year. Yeah, maybe it's also not enough to cover all the portfolio, but we work very actively with international donors who continue funding our program by 90%. It's a RISE project that helps, that's the World Bank project that helps agricultural producers, and also support of KfW, who have been giving for 2 years now direct grants and loans to the budget, and that's refinancing all the state expenditures for this program. What else is expecting banks in this year? As I said, foreign investors to come here, they come with conditions to the program. And I repeat what I said back in November at the meeting in Nabu, that this year will bring us some requirements changing the credit policy as it's back, and ecological and social standards that have to be implemented in the banks, who will later provide loans in 579. It's the requirement of World Bank and KfW. And in order for this to happen relatively painlessly for the banks, because I understand each bank has maybe on a different stage of implementation of these norms. There are some banks who've already started. There are some banks who haven't done anything in this regard. So we have 2 new consultants in our fund who will be responsible for the revision of banking provisions and their conditions for loans. And also the fund works, maybe we can say 24/7, looking for technical assistance for small and medium banks who will be using this assistance in order to implement this new loan policy. Our consultants will appear at the end of this month. We've already published updates on Prozoro. We look for these consultants according to the tender requirements, and they start working. Most important right now, I can only suggest to NABU and National Bank of Ukraine to somehow meet together and let's have a strategy, a plan. How are we going to implement this? Because as you said, you need some deadline to understand by when will you have to adapt to the new conditions. And we understand it's in the best interest of National Bank of Ukraine, which postponed the credits because of the war. And it's also in the best interest of the fund of partial guaranteed loans for agriculture. Because the conditions to get these guarantees also have ESG procedures in place. And we would like to work out some action plan that could be presented to the banks, and so that for the banks it's not the news that from January 1st, 25, the ESG has to start working for them in any loans. So that's another part of work that we have to deal, and I invite NABU and National Bank to us, and we'll make it comfortable for the banks to go through this transformation. And the last question that often emerges among the banks is the system of payments that we do when we get money from the budget for 579. A lot of banks ask us what's going to be the algorithm of distributing the limited resource we get from the budget. I would like you to see the next slide. How do we do that? So here you can see the distribution of funds that we receive from the main distributor of funds is happening strictly according to the share of the banks in credit portfolio 579. That's how you see we pay the debts for 2022, and it's going to continue for 2023. At the moment, it's the only system that actually works, and in order to change it somehow, we need additional mandate from the government of Ukraine. So in the limited resource, that's how it's going to continue. I know that there are some categories of banks that have suffered quite a lot, so that the state has a debt for the loans distributed in 2023, and it's a demonstration for these kind of banks. So basically, that's all for about 579. I can only say that alongside with 579, we have additional program, affordable factoring, that has to help with other tools, providing other tools to the companies to get financial resources. And we hope that from March on, it's going to start working. We have been joined by many banks. And we expect that they will introduce changes in their programs, will introduce factoring, and then we're going to start working more actively. As for other ideas, it all boils down to our policymakers, as Vladimir said. Minister of Economy, Minister of Finance will have to accept the new rules of the game, and we will try and be the first to communicate that to the banks, because we understand well, because if it's 3 changes over a year in the same program, it's hard for you to understand where's the latest revision, etc., etc. So it's probably advice to those who designed this, please provide some kind of lenience, and it's hard for banks to understand from which date which norms has to be enacted, because that creates unnecessary problems when talking to the customers. And the latest change was very significant. It's about our grace period, 180 days. It was expanded to 270 days. That creates a certain gap for payment of our debt for the banks. Without the banks needing to send the letters of happiness to businesses so that they have to pay through deliverables. And we discussed changes to 579. There were people from National Bank of Ukraine who promised us to create an explanation how to properly apply it, so that you don't throw together the company's debt and the state's debt to the bank, so that we don't create reputational problems for the program, so that we don't create unnecessary recalculations from the customers when legally it's not necessary to do. So that's why we all anticipate the official explanation, and we hope that it's going to be sufficient for the banks to understand that the program really works and it's alive and will continue to work. And you've also seen that it's not the first time we run into this kind of problems, but we find our way out of them. Okay, Vladimir, you had a wish, right? And Yuri also asked a question that is very hard to avoid. So we're planning the budgetary process so the changes on 579 in February will be communicated to all the stakeholders. In the nearest week, we will submit. As for payments of percentage in February, we will be able to start reimburse part of it. It's important to open the budget. It's a bureaucratic procedure that happens every year. You all understand. Every year, opening a budget, it's always a quest, because there can be surprises everywhere. But if we open the budget, the mechanism is already there, and we know how to work. We continue working in the second order priority for the Treasury. We have high priority. So the state basically provided everything necessary so that our programs continues working. So we're only expecting resolving some bureaucratic issues. Thank you, Andrei. And we've heard some deadline. It's great. despite the fact that it's hard to come up with a deadline, but banks and businesses understand when the main changes will be communicated. We hope that we'll have timely discussions so that everybody has a time to plan. Yeah, and also they're ready to share experience and lessons learned, and it's important, very important platform. We have to use it to the full in such thing as ESG and implementation of these new conditions. Yeah, sure. Banks and businesses have already accumulated great experience in 579. They know how to best work. So if we listen to them, it's going to be very good for the program. Thank you, Andriy, and let's proceed to the next discussion. Stanislav.
Thank you for your support, of European Union of Ukraine. It's really very important for us. And tell us, please, about the programs, the grants for Ukrainian businesses from European Union, and what is your plans for this year?
Дякую за запрошення. I'm going to move to English. It's really pleasure to be here on behalf of the European Union delegation to give you a quick snapshot of what we are doing in support of private sector development. I have a few main messages here in the short time that we have. First, there are significant support that's been going on in the last years, and especially since the beginning of the full-scale invasion from the European Union, together with our partners in support of private sector here. My second message is what Volodymyr already mentioned, that we are aiming to significantly scale up this support. And my third message is that we are keen to work with the government to listen to the needs of the financial sector. So participating in this event today is really such an opportunity to be in touch with you and understand better the needs. So we work more on targeting of our programs in the future. We've been working in the past years, obviously, through various instruments. Grants is one such instrument. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, 7 million euro have been allocated to support of small businesses, which materialized in more than 1,000 grants which were given to SMEs here in Ukraine. It's an opportunity for me as well to mention that at the moment there's a call for proposals for grants with Civita and our EU for Business program with GIZ with a maximum amount of the grant 10,000 euro. All these grant programs have been done in close coordination with the Ministry of Economy, with the priorities and Eurobota, and we plan to work as well closely with the Ministry and the government on all our financial assistance under the upcoming Ukraine facility, obviously in line with the Ukraine plan. Now, we do have a massive existing portfolio of financial instruments, de-risking instruments, and I'll give you a few examples here. By the way, we do work with directly with the organizations, many of the participants that are represented here at the panel with BDF. There is a financial instrument de-risking through KfW for access to finance for small businesses. We did have as well a program for access to finance for agriculture in the eastern regions through BDF again, and they're participating as well in a grant program with under EU GIZ program. Now, a good example of what we do with de-risking here is the European Investment Bank EU for Business Guarantee Facility. Through first loss coverage by the EU, the EIB is able to provide risk-sharing facilities for Ukrainian banks here. This program has been running since 2018, 17, and the tune of the credit that has been covered under the program is 500 million. This program as well allows reducing of the collateral rates to 18%, and it really reaches to the sectors that need financing. You might be aware as well that there is a call for expression of interest for the future phase of this program. Another couple of programs with our colleagues from IFC. So obviously you already understand that everything we do is through partners. Our de-risking goes through international financial organizations such as I already mentioned, EIB, but this is also the IFC. We've launched a de-risking facility with IFC mid last year, which is called Small Loans Guarantee Program, and there are already a number of bank portfolios covered under this facility. Just these days, we announced as well a new guarantee instrument, which is the Better Future programs with IFC. The EU guarantee there is 90 million euro. We do expect significant leverage of this guarantee, and obviously we'll be working towards expanding it. Another program that you might be well aware of is the EBRD SME Competitiveness Program, where the European Union is providing the incentive payments to this program, which focuses on green investment. So the incentive payments, this is the grant, the cashback that eventually the enterprises are receiving following their successful investment. Here I can give you obviously EBRD works with a number of banks here. They are expanding the banks that will be able to benefit from this incentive payment program. And we have just topped up the incentive payment with more than 20 million of euro. And on the results of this program since the war, more than 3 million of EU incentive payments paid following successful green investment by SMEs, as well as more than 300 companies that actually received credit amounting to more than 50 million euros. So this is just to give you a perspective of what is going on and what is to come. It was already mentioned by Volodymyr. We do aim to scale up significantly support to private sector through de-risking instruments under the Ukraine facility. The regulation, we hope, will come into force end of this month. 8 billion euro, which consists of both guarantees and blended finance, so grants and technical assistance. And our aim is to kickstart this support as soon as possible. We are already working with partners on scaling up existing programs, for example, the ones that I mentioned, but we are aiming obviously on creating a new portfolio of guarantees dedicated solely to Ukraine, and this in close cooperation, coordination with the government of Ukraine. So indeed, our message is that we are here to listen to the needs of the financial sector. We do want to target our support to the sectors, to the areas that are most needed here for the economy, to do the most where most needed, obviously in line with the government priorities, in line with the Ukraine plan. So we are looking forward to working with all of you here on really making the most of our support in the country.
Thank you, Stanislav, and once more, thank you for your support and engagement. Thank you. Далі переходимо вже до банківського сектору, до
So let's proceed to banking sector, real businesses, real cases. Yuri, we all know that Ocean Bank is one of the leaders in alternative energy, providing loans to alternative energy. What's your experience? What are the volumes of loans that you've dispersed? Why do you focus on this? Right, thank you. Well, the organizers asked us to keep the timing, but I will first have to comment on two previous cases. I love 579. I must comment on that, absolutely. As Katerina said, there are already risks of preferential loans. The best conditions for businesses are market conditions. And a long-term support and long-term compensation or subsidies are unsafe in the long-term perspective. And it only has to be applied as a short-term game of resolving the current urgent needs. So, of course, it's like a sowing campaign, urgent fuels, it started the war. But these challenges are not so prominent anymore. So the diagram of growth of debt is scaring a lot, and they can lead to negative consequences. So all the programs, starting from youth loans, it always ends in the same way. That's a short comment. As for the standard VAG, I wanted to say that it's a very important topic. Every project, investment project that commercial banks implement, of big businesses specifically, they also have this. They already have these conditions in the project assessment. As Andrei said, this year it covers also middle-sized companies, and they can. So we can help and give you guidance how to ask for assistance from banks and government. As for our question, alternative energy, well, primarily why separately? Because the social importance of alternative energy is hard to deny. All over the world, climate change is obvious, and that has put alternative energy as a priority for years. Countries, leading countries pursuing that. You've all seen statistics that only last year the EU has built 50 additional gigawatts of powers, and the total amount of the capacity is doubled, 520 gigawatts production. Unrealistic numbers that nobody hoped to see, but it's there. And that gives an optimistic expectations to achieve global changes in producing alternative energy. The goal was announced is to triple to 2030. Our experience is that we've already implemented about 833 megawatts in Ukraine from alternative energy projects. So what's the difference this time? In 2015 to 2020, there was a boom of funding for alternative energy in Ukraine. Primarily, it was not because people need to protect the environment, but the state support and preferential treatment to green tariff that will make the project bankable for 4 to 6 years, which distorted the market situation. The market price for electricity was 3 to 4 times less than green tariff. As a consequence, we had big problems of unbalanced payments in the electricity market. So this current situation and the current factors that motivate to develop these projects are different. Of course, the war had definitive impact on this, and the main driver of this project is energy security of communities and companies. Second place is providing for own consumption and making this energy cheaper. If you install your own generation for production, you can replace up to 60% of all the electricity consumed on the market. And thirdly, is financial part of this project. They have become self-sufficient and bankable within 5 to 6 years, using simple market-based tariffs that already have certain correlation with neighbor countries. Because our markets have already united, we have the opportunity both to export and import. So it's a huge prospect for development of this industry. Thank you so much. I agree that market instruments are the best because it's the balance of demand and supply, especially in these kind of times as now. There are no alternative to programs like 579 and EOSELA, but we also all hope that there will be a gradual, confident rollout and coming from these programs to a more market-based instruments. Thank you very much, Yuri. And now we proceed. To Caitlin.
Of Ukrainian business, you're doing a lot. And I just want to ask, what financial tools does your corporation gives for Ukrainian businesses?
Yeah, thank you. I want to start with thank you for having me. And I want to apologize for not speaking Ukrainian. I've been here for a week, so I don't speak it yet.
Yeah, you have some time, small time.
I have some time.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you. And thank you for the translation, everyone. But I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce DFC a little bit more thoroughly. I have run into some misinformation and some lack of understanding about what we're doing and what we can do. I even noticed on the slide from Minister Kuzio that I needed to get you information about our current portfolio because we did $425 million last year. And I think that brings our total exposure to $1 billion in Ukraine. And there is significant appetite at DFC to invest more here through debt, through equity, and through political risk insurance. The political risk insurance tool especially has been talked about a lot today. And I wanted to highlight that DFC is actively offering political risk insurance. We are happy to offer direct political risk insurance to investors who are ready but unable to bear the war risk right now. We offer to domestic investors, foreign investors. We also act as a reinsurer. So local insurance companies or people who have big exposure to active insurance policies. Also, we would love to talk about that. I think one of the places that there's a lack of understanding about DFC right now is we are only a few years old. DFC was established 3-4 years ago, but we have a predecessor agency that was the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, so that was OPIC. So anyone who is familiar with that, we are carrying on their work, but we have more tools. We no longer have a U.S. nexus. We are allowed to insure and finance foreign investors, where we used to have to limit to American companies. We used to just be able to provide debt financing. Now we can do equity, and we also have a limited technical assistance tool. I have heard critiques of DFC that we have not moved fast enough and that we are too hard to work with. Those things are both true. One of my recommendations for understanding how DFC works is that we are not a grant-making agency, we are not a policy-making agency, we are a project-based agency. And so if you have a project and you have investors lined up, bring it to us, we would love to talk about it. So that is my recommendation. Bring us a solid proposal, provide information for it, provide the business case, the financial models. That is the best starting place for conversations with us. Yeah.
Yeah, just I want to stress a bit from our side that we've been waiting for you for a long time because and actually we discussed with CEO Scott Nathan that DFC will open up the rep office in Kiev. So finally, and I want to also suggest to everyone that Katie will be staying permanently and based as the representative of DFC in Ukraine. So that's a good chance to start also with the projects discussions on the case-by-case basis. So I would strongly suggest to be in contact with Katie on this.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the context for that is 99% of our staff are in Washington, D.C. We have almost no one based in the field. So the fact that we are establishing a presence here is a significant indicator of commitment to doing things here. I think also it's an indicator that things are a little bit difficult here. And so we need more resources to be able to do that. And so that is what I'm here for. I will be here 50% over the next year and a half, and then I have colleagues who will be here the other 50% of the time. So there will always be a DFC representative in Kyiv. The last thing that I would want to say, I think, is our mandate is to mobilize private sector capital. And we are having conversations with investors who are very excited and willing and ready to come into Ukraine. And we can get comfortable with the war risk, the instability. The biggest concerns I've heard in the last couple of weeks are not the war, they are the regulatory environment and preferential treatment for certain things and the ability to navigate that. And so I know this has been a big topic today, but I would like to reinforce that a fair, open, transparent, competitive marketplace is key for getting more foreign investors in. We have lots of wealthy Americans looking to help, looking to invest, and we want to see that environment come true.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, DFC, for this very motivative speech. And I wish you success in learning Ukrainian.
Попросити поставити на паузу цю дискусію,
I needed to pause the panel discussion because by 1300 hours we have an international expert on factoring, but she will not be able to join us later. But she prepared a very interesting intervention. So let's give Betül Kurtulus, a regional director in Central Eastern near Middle East representative of International Financial Corporation, to share experience of factoring, how it works in the world. And that's going to be an interesting invitation for the third panel discussion, which will be the discussion on this specific topic. Hello. The floor is yours.
Thank you for all, and thank you all the Ukrainian colleagues for inviting FCI and myself. It is very, very important for us to support these all initiatives. Since the beginning of the meeting, I am listening all the panelists very carefully, and there is an amazing development in the region. Hopefully, we will be also helpful for the studies and the organizations for supporting the whole ecosystem. Now I'm sharing my screen. I hope you are seeing my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so my name is Betül Kurtuluş. I am the regional director of FCI, responsible for Central Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe, and the Middle East. For those of you, of course, you are hosting many investment banks and funds to this meeting, and they are also very actively working. We know that for the development of the Ukrainian financial ecosystem. As an FCI, we are maybe a little bit different for these organizations. Because we are the global association for the open account receivable finance industry. So our core focus is factoring, invoice discounting, and other supply chain finance solution. And we are actively supporting the growth of the industry, in almost every region of the world, working jointly with the policymakers, stakeholders, investment banks, to promote factoring, payable finance, and receivable finance types of all products. Little bit about the FCI organization. On the top, we have Consul. Under Consul, we have executive committee and the technical committees. What is important for the Ukrainian banks, the Exim Bank is our member already, and there are some other very close potentials, very close relation with FCI and the Ukrainian banks to become an FCI member. So what is the best part of FCI, how we are supporting the financial ecosystem in almost every country of the world? One is the legal, the other one is the IT, marketing, education. Education is also a very important part of our support. And we have ad hoc committees like supply chain finance compliance to support the industries. This is also including the 6 pillars of FCI. The first one is the common legal background, the common legal infrastructure within the communication of the financial institutions, and also to support the financial ecosystem, regulator, central bank, to understanding of the products. It is very, very important. Previously, one of the guest speakers from IFC also clearly explained what is loan type of instruments, what is the receivable type of the instruments. So those are really important. Maybe not in the beginning of the products, but after that, the understanding is very, very important. So we are very supportive for the legal infrastructure of the countries. Education is one of the main pillars. We have hundreds different types of education. We already give lots of educational programs to Ukraine specifically also. Promotion, we are working with our members, governments, regulators, industry stakeholders to support in every step of launching all these products in the regions. Also, we are supportive for the compliance, KYC, AML. These kind of things are very important to develop, to build a easy infrastructure for onboarding the correspondent banking system. So FCI is also very supportive on the compliance side and influence all members. We are active in 93 countries with 400 members, and all members are producing the almost 85% of total factoring volume in the world. So our statistics are showing the world factoring statistics, and we are every year publishing our statistics, sharing this information with all the stakeholders. And network, we have a web-based platform. Our members are communicating on a same platform within the membership, like SWIFT. So I will share what is going on in the factoring industry in the world. This is the global factoring volume for the last 20 years. So you see here the increase of the last 20 years compound annual growth rate. It is 8.6%. When you look at of course, the last couple of years, the inflation in most of the countries are over 5 to 10%. But for the last 20 years, if you look at this increase, it is very, very satisfactory. And also you see in this chart the international and domestic factoring distribution. The purple parts are the international part, and the blue parts are the domestic business. So we can easily say that we are building international factoring over the knowledge, experience, and the market of the domestic business. So domestic factoring is also very important for building the international business. So you see that this is the factoring in the world for the last 2022. Unfortunately, the information from 2023, because of the balance sheet, these kind of things we usually announce by April. So still we have the 2022 figures, but more or less the percentage of the distribution same as much as we are trying to gather the information. So the biggest market is, of course, Europe. It's almost 70% of the total market share is coming from Europe. And the second biggest market is Asia. 24% is coming from Asia. The third one is US, North and the South America. The total market share is 7%. Africa is 1%, and Middle East is even less than 1%. But I will come separately for the details of the regions. This is the global factoring statistics. You see here, it's with the blue part, it is almost 70% of the market share. Europe is very big market. It's very developed. And the increase of this total factoring volume is 18%. So Europe is factoring, and all the receivable types of financing is very, very applicable in the Europe market. In America, some of the countries are very successful. I will explain on the coming slides. In Africa, the increase is 29%. In some of the countries are also factoring is very applicable, but in general, in the Africa region, of course, the region is not as developed as the other ones. And Asia Pacific, 17% increase after COVID and the effects of the COVID. Of course, they recover very late than comparing to Europe, but still 17% increase. Middle East is, there is a huge investment in Middle East. So if for the trade corridor from Ukraine to Middle East, still the volumes are very, very slow. But each and every bank in the big trade hub of the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia, like UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Jordan, it's all countries. Each and every bank have an investment on the factoring or reverse factoring software product, and we are also as an FCI working very hard in this region. My expectation from the Middle East is very, very high also. So this is the statistics of the European countries, all big countries. The factoring volume is just France 15. Even the countries' factoring volume is big. The increase also very, very satisfactory. Asia, of course, China is the biggest market with the almost 23% increase in the market. And also the other markets like Japan is also is a big market. Taiwan very big in the export side. So in general, there's a 70% increase. As a membership also, we have almost 60 members in China, and also in India, in Japan, Taiwan. The numbers of members are very, very high in Asia region. Americas, as I said before, some countries business models and the factoring types are very applicable, like Mexico, Chile, Colombia. So in total, the increase is 47% in Americas region. This is Africa. Of course, in some countries, there is a good development and good infrastructure, like Egypt. There is a very good factoring law. Morocco, Tunisia, South Africa, these countries are very successful on domestic and international business. This is the penetration of factoring. I think this slide is very self-explanatory slide that what is the factoring volume in the countries and in the world and in the Europe. So you can also calculate your countries, how much business you can reach in the total domestic and international factoring. So the world factoring volume comparing with the world GDP is 4.1%. This is 12%, 12.6% in Europe, which is very satisfactory. And all European developed countries, the penetration of factoring to the GDP is over 15%, which is very, very satisfactory. For example, in Turkey, even the infrastructure, in Turkey we have a very strong factoring law, and the digital infrastructure of the country, receivable recording center, credit bureau sharings are very, very successful. Still, because of some other economical reasons, the penetration is just like 3%. In China, it's 3%. So Europe is very important. For example, Poland is a very, very big factoring market. And I hope when we start international factoring from Europe, Poland, I think, is going to be one of the main import partner of Ukraine in FCI. So some of the information, statistical information from FCI, this is the dispute rates and the total volume of the FCI statistics. So of course, this is an open account rate. So it is not an LC, so there is no collateral in this business, but still the system works very properly and preventing the default rates of the invoices. So you see from 2011 to 2022, the number of the percentage of invoices disputed is decreased from 7.5% to 2.6%. It shows the success of the transactions. And this is the payment under approval. Of course, I'm also listening to all the speakers that the securing the export receivable is very, very important for every country, but especially for Ukraine, because of course there are more difficult conditions for the Ukrainian exporters. Funding is difficult, so equities are also very important. So we need to secure our receivables, and we need to collect the export receivable on a very secure way. An FCI two-factor system is, I think, the most proper, most needed product for the Ukrainian exporters, because the equities of our exporters is the country's money. So we really need to secure and do not lose our money, because it's the country's money. It's very important to secure. And also, I also want to mention here, international factoring also provides different types of insurance policies, because there is a guarantee system in the two-factor, but our members, especially in the Europe, working with the many insurance policies. So FCI provides all this kind of insurance under the two-factor system. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go into deeper about the product. But when you're talking about securing international receivables, open account receivables, FCI two-factor system is, I think there is no other system to secure open account international receivables. So this is the payment under approval. You see here the percentage of the turnover. We are not seeing so much problematic bad debt in the system, but even there is a failure of the buyer, the system also secures and pays the payment under approval. 2020, you see here the starting year of the COVID. Of course, there was no shipment or a failure of the buyer payment, so it is increased a little bit, but then the system comes to the normal payment under approval rates in 2 years' time. So this is the aid factoring statistics, the factoring, international factoring statistics over our system. This chart is totally reflecting the international trade. So when there is a problem, you see here 2015 to 2017, like the oil prices decrease, Brexit. So it's totally affecting the world trade and our business. And then COVID came in, and after the COVID, it started to increase very rapidly. Last year, it is 18%. So it is totally the reflection of the world trade. This is the late payment amount. Of course, our business is open account. We don't have, we are not working with LC. So, of course, there is a payment term, but as it is open account, the system also, there are some late payments by the importers. But when there is a financial institution between seller and the buyer, and of course the late payment is not that applicable, but in general, these are the late payment day statistics from the system. You see in the COVID, of course, it's increased, but now it is 11.3%. This also includes, I must say, this also includes the SMEs, because our members, almost 70% of our members' clients are coming from SMEs. So please keep in mind that this statistics also covers the SME financing. This is the distribution of the products, statistics coming from our member, which covers 400 financial institutions in 93 countries. The biggest share of the products is coming from 53% is recourse factoring without credit protection. And the other second biggest share is the non-recourse factoring with credit protection. Invoice discounting is also applicable, and the reverse factoring and of supply finance. Of course, this part, the reverse factoring part, is the fastest product when you look at the increasing part. These are the share of the imports. The biggest country in the importing side, in the two-factor system, is Germany. And USA is following Germany with 27%, France, Japan. For example, do not just mix your mind the Poland, because Poland's two-factor system is working totally different, and they are not working under the FCI aid factoring. But Poland, for example, in my region, Central Eastern Europe, South Eastern, Middle East region, the biggest market is, as a factoring, is Poland as of today. But in the two-factor system, Germany is the biggest market. And this is the two-factor export factoring. Turkey, since years, is the biggest exporting country in the two-factor export factoring. Spain is coming second. Taiwan, sometimes Taiwan is coming to second part also from Asia, and Italy, China, India following those countries. This is the trend. This slide is important. We're showing the trends of the other forms of trade finance, because we are all discussing about the trade finance, securing the trade, open account trade, and on the financing of this trade. So you see here the increase of the world export. I think the most important part of this slide is the decrease on the letters of credit. So buyers are going to more and more open account because of the difficulties on the letters of credit. And since years, we are seeing that the letters of credit amount on the world are decreasing and decreasing. So the world is going more and more open accounts. So what is the alternatives? Of course, credit insurance is very important alternative for securing our receivables. But global factoring and cross-border factoring is also two products for alternatively securing your international receivables. And also, I want to say here, international factoring and credit insurance markets are completing, these two different products are completing each other. We never in a competition with the credit insurance. We are working with credit insurance, and without credit insurance, our product is also not possible to work in different countries. So, of course, you talk about lots of legal and regulatory environment. What I'm seeing in different countries, because I witness many countries to secure their financial ecosystem and to build a healthy financial ecosystem, I think it is important to first concentrate what is needed in the country, because launching any kind of law, it is leasing or factoring or any other product, is not easy. It is time consuming in every country. But what is needed in the country is really needs to be understood, and we need to support the financial ecosystem, to support our exporters, to support our SMEs. So what we are seeing as an FCI, this is of course, our observation in different countries. What we need for the legal environment. The first question is there a factoring law or assignment of receivables? Because in many of the countries, there is a very successful factoring laws. But in some of the countries, like UK, there is no factoring law. The enforceability of the assignment is strong, and or sales of the receivable. So all the system is working on without law. So law is important, but in some cases it is not a must. I need to differentiate this part. The second question is, will you be able to secure ownership of receivable? Also in case of insolvency of the client, because ownership of receivables is very important for the financial institution to secure your ownership, and if something happens with your receivable, then you need to support your receivable in front of the courts. So the third question is, there a favorable legal framework to collect receivables through the court if necessary, as I mentioned, and also reliable financial credit information availability on the buyers is very important. What we are doing in FCI is for the export receivable, providing information and credit guarantee, payment guarantee on the buyers, which is very important. So coming to government regulation, for the regulation, what are the important items? Qualification to be a factor, doing factoring, what are the needed qualifications? Registration and licensing is also important. Public registry.
Dear Betul, sorry for interrupting you, but I need to ask you for apology us because we are
finishing.
Yeah.
Just one slide, okay.
Okay, 30 seconds, please, and we will continue the panel discussion.
I am going to share the.
Yes, of course, we will share all the presentation materials which are shown today with, among other, our participants.
Okay. One last sentence. We are here as an FCI to support all the financial institutions, all the ecosystem of Ukraine. Anything needed, I am personally will be in the assistance, and also with all our information system, everything will be in assistance of the Ukrainian ecosystem. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We will continue discussion on factoring during our third panel discussion, and я сподіваюся, що пані Бетюль буде.
I hope you will be able to join in this discussion and provide your comments.
Ще раз перепрошую за таку перерву, яка виникла у нас під час другої панельної дискусії, але сподіваюся,
Yeah, we beg your pardon again for the intermittent break in the second panel discussion, but hopefully you managed to think about the questions, the moderators later. So for all the participants panel discussion speak, we'll be able to ask some Q&A. Thank you. Anton? Well, thank you very much for getting us to the schedule. And there was a lot of interesting information on factoring, but let's get back to loans and credits. Olena, I want to ask you about the activity of USAID in Ukraine. What are the programs? I think it's public information anyway, but could you share some of it? And the main question may be from real businesses, from members EBA, from any business, what can you advise? What has to be accounted for by businesses so that they do get funding? What do they have to account for in applications, in the structure of the document, in the agreements? So your practical advice from experience. Thank you. It's indeed a very important topic, how to get grants. Do they really exist? Is it realistic? And we heard some of it from Stanislav. Let me share some information. So, first of all, about our project. So the project is now called Investment for Business Resilience. It's our new project. Previously we were called Reforming Financial Market. So the project has changed because we have increased the coverage. The scope of and the budget of the project is about $100 million, and it's going to be functioning till the mid-2027. That means that this money will be streamlined to supporting access to funding, positive change in business environment, so that the mechanism really functions. And it's important that within this project, if earlier we were providing grants to financial institutions, because one of our main tasks was supporting communication, also grants to market facilitators, to financial institutions, financial intermediaries. Then now we have a new option, which is grants to business, to different segments of it. And we're very ambitious. We say that up until the project wraps, we have to create no less than 20,000 jobs, and the volume of sales, domestic and foreign, has to increase by $250 million. And what are the areas we work? Not only grants, we also support through changing the business environment. As Madam Betul mentioned, there are a lot of legal aspects that have to be resolved. We were also dealing with the topic of insuring against war risks. We've just completed the tender procedure. Now the winner's been decided. Who will be participating in the scope of terminology and legal acts and fiscal literacy. That's what the market needs. People need to know timely when the programs are available, how they are functioning, and how they can best use them. What's important for us and what's the priority? The priority is that Ukraine is moving toward EU, and implementation of this experience is super important. But alongside with this strategic task, we're talking about grant support being different from the classic funding in the fact that grants can support those areas that are more risky compared to classic definition. Yeah, there can be some specific goals or equipment, of special equipment or territories that are not classically in the green zone of funding. Can be businesses that lost their assets. So those are that actually need to be supported. Usually, assistance is provided on competitive base, and so that's where the question is what we have to point our attention to. In call for grants, there usually is a set of criteria. What's the goal? What's the objective? Because grants is not just some money you give. It's the money you give to achieve a certain goal, a certain objective, a deliverable. There's never a call for proposals always contains only the necessary words, and you have to study it. So that's the first practical step that you have to do. Next thing. And whenever there's a concept, it has to be aimed at specifically at those results that is published on the call for grant. So right now, we recommend focusing, and it's written in the documents, it has to be increased volume of sales, can be export sales or domestic sales. It is increase of jobs or creation of jobs, creating a solvent market that will continue buying goods and will beneficial for businesses, environment, and the economy. It can be increased of co-funding into a business or idea. It's the idea of multiplier to show how specifically a grant can stimulate or strengthen a certain area or an industry or a business. So it's based on this kind of funding where you get this basic prerequisite where it's the effect and the result is believed by, so the grantee, those who submits for the grant, actually believes in the result as realistic. And so the co-funding creates a multiplication effect, and we'll see some of it in practical cases that we have over the previous years. So although we are just 1 year old, this project in particular, but we already have significant experience, and we can say that basically we have implemented a huge grant program. We have 3 winners. It may only seem just 3, but they have different effect. They're different. Can be OTP Bank, and they have the program of funding now, which decreases the cost of loan. So another universal program. So it's funding for insurance, the additional funding that agricultural company could have not gotten without risk protection. It's a very interesting tool. When you have synergy of all the participants and partners in this grant, when a classic case of insurance, which is very popular and very often used, but in Ukraine, we are still learning this. So the grant itself will show us the analytics later to plan next grants or next state support, or agricultural company can see practically the effect of access to funding when with increased risks as well. And next is a grant program, best leasing. It's especially interesting because the owner of this business is it's support of women in business. It's all well known that market leasing, best leasing had not been number 1, but it was best leasing who won this grant. So that's a support. That's proof that grants are really affordable. And it's not so much about the name or market share, but it's about the concept. It's about the quality of this proposal. So a third practical step, after you learn about the requirements, you suggest certain practical results and make sure your idea is creative. So in general, these three cases, they basically shape the funding portfolio of about 1 billion hryvnias and will be funded. 440 businesses will be funded. It's a very significant effect. So this remuneration will later translate into economy. We also have long-term plans. We're working on the next grants as well. This year we've already selecting winners for factoring development grants. There will be next panel discussion about this, and also leasing support. So these new grant programs will appear in the market. So additional grants for financial market are planned. They will also be announced. As for the existing grant, as I said, there's the current information, relevant information that can be offered to your clients. And if you have your personal business, you can also use and submit a concept on this grant. That deadline will be at the end of this month. The grant program works for the companies with above $8 million of profit or revenue. As Stanislav mentioned about significant support, and I wanted to stress that indeed the grant programs which we support, they're very significant. They cover a great number of companies. But let's not forget and make sure you remember that there are many, many programs, support programs from international donors. We have faced many times such feedback from financial community that there are no resources where all these programs are together and you can learn. So we did this practical step and we designed this page on Agri Analytica website. We will share this link with you. And so there's information about all available international programs existing on the market today that can be transformed into real products for business. Of course, this information itself is not in itself guarantee that all those programs are really open for expansion, but there's a constant changes all the time. Information is relevant as of February 1st. You can easily find it and read it, and I would also stress that it was about significant support from EBRD. Indeed, it's the biggest amount in terms of size and in terms of scope. This is also some practical steps. This is a QR code for the web page of our project. You can always find most relevant proposals. Please follow our page, subscribe. We publish grants all the time. We publish winners, success stories. There's some additional information, when to best submit, and you can find all the necessary information on grants. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to USAID for support. 444 businesses. That means taxes paid, jobs created. Thank you. It's so important. Ruslan, now it's your turn. You've waited long enough. Now, finally, it's the time to talk about such important structures as yours. We've talked about insurance a lot, insuring military risk, war risks. What's your assessment? What are the factors that impact the decision-making in terms of insuring risks? And in general, what is still lacking so that this year most of the business's needs are covered. Thank you. So last question, what we're still lacking, I think it will take so much time. I will try and squeeze it all at the end. About the key factors that we account for when we make a decision, I would say they haven't changed much. They were the same before the war, after the war, and I think they will stay like that after the war. So the key factors are foreign economic agreement that our banking support will be aimed at. Secondly, financial situation of the subject whom we grant the support. And thirdly, that's a specialty. Because of specialty of export credit agencies' work, we take into account the risk of a country, which is the source of that risk. In that part, we had some changes even during the war, because after Ukraine was put into a 7th risk category on OECD classification, we realized that even Ukrainian subjects, even with the agreeable financial situation, no longer can have our support. So that's made us change this structure. So all of the individual loans that we insured in the banks, they were assessed through international company who buys Ukrainian products, that they need funding for production. That was a little more difficult. It protracted the decision-making process, but in fact, it turns out it's much cheaper. Because as I said, one of the key factors is risk of country. Ukrainian is category 7, but if the export goes into EU, then it's category number 1. And the difference in tariff can be fourfold or quadruple. One of the factors is finance. So we assess the financial situation if it's a resident. Our underwriting is not typically insurance-based, but it's more credit-based. It's about how banks decide during the loan disbursement. But where there are cases where we assess the finance of international company buyer, and it's not that bright anymore, because first of all, we can get that finance from our exporter, or if it's a public company, sometimes it's that we cannot get information about the Ukrainian exporter, and this is where USAID helps us, helping us to put a trilateral agreement with the French company Ecofas, who provides us consultancy on financial analysis, credit analysis of foreign companies. Now, the question, why couldn't we sign this agreement without USAID? No, we couldn't, and that's about challenge. We as a state company, unfortunately, we need to buy everything through Pozoro, and so we couldn't buy this kind of service through Pozoro because it's a one-off and there's no competition. So the consequences of this problem, I will talk about later, but these are the 3 key factors. And the contract is a very important factor here. You have to understand that we didn't have any specific requirements to it. And the key thing that we're looking into is whether the goods that is exported is matched with the law, is allowed, that there's no ban on transfer of the rights of this to a third party, because we are the third party, which, if the insurance case offers, we take the right to the contract. And that's all. So these are the main key factors. But I said that there should be an export contract. Well, let me remark a little bit that first of it, it's about our future project, ensuring investment loans. So we understand that in this part about export contract, we cannot talk about it at the start. So when the draft law 1915 was discussed, it's written in such a way that we're talking about export potential. It's based on feasibility study, not an export contract. And if we talk about investment, it's also based on feasibility study. That's going to come later, but it's not there at the start yet. Now, what stands in the way? As Vladimir was saying, we still need certain changes in certain regulations. We have small problems with our capital, and we'll explain on that. So the key problems were resolved in 2022, when we had expanded the groups of goods on the list of goods that we can work with. At that time, we covered 16% of Ukrainian goods export, commodity export. After the expansion, we cover 45%. Goods and services are not limited, but the key thing is that the law in 2022 was basically changed, the system of corporate management, corporate governance, and secondly, it says that our regulator is National Bank of Ukraine, which is our regulator since December 25, 2023, by issuing a license to us. And so that allowed us, together with the Ministry of Economy, the National Bank, so this is the affordable way of remedy on credit. So that deblocked our insurance of loans. So insuring loans is 90% of our portfolio now. So these are the two key changes that we launched. But in order to increase the volumes of our activity, we needed additional changes. As I said, changes in the law on public procurement. And for me, it's not an obvious approach when the law says that the state banks are not subject to this law in procuring services related to providing banking services. And we would encourage the same norm that we can procure services related to insurance services. That means we will be able to open reinsurance services, because our partners whom we contact with, export credit agencies and global brokers, they can resolve the issue of reinsuring for us. But how do we sign agreement through Pozoro is still an open thing. It's still an open question. That doesn't mean that we want to circumvent the law. No, it's that computers, desks, chairs, we are ready to procure the way we did. But the service of agents, reinsurance, and of course these are unique procurement, and they have to be bought on a different procedure. Now the second shortcoming, not a problem, is our capital, its structure and its size. The structure of capital, well, it's 90% state bonds that were issued for 15 years. And that's a problem, because now our exposure is higher than high liquidity assets that we have. Plus, we have the limitation on Decree 351 when the exposure cannot be higher than our own capital. The government bonds in the capital is a very unstable thing. It can change. Like at the start of the large-scale invasion, the volume of our capital dropped by 300 million hryvnia because the fair value of these bonds have changed. So I think we have to change the structure of this capital. That can be done in different ways, either replacing government bonds by some other bonds, or we buy out those bonds through National Bank. So National Bank has that option, but there are limited fiscal codes in the wartime, and I think that would be a normal step to allow state companies who have bonds in their capital to partially monetize them through National Bank. and it doesn't create too much of a pressure. Other steps regarding equity is investor, because the law says that part of the shares can be sold. Plus, you can unburden our capital through guarantees. The world experience shows that guarantees is quite a normal tool that the state uses to support their export credit agencies. But unfortunately, our legislation says that guarantees can only be issued on debt based on loans, not insurance agreements. And that is another shortcoming, but it can be changed. I wouldn't say there are any other reasons to speed up our activity, to boost up our activity. The key thing is changing legislation, bringing our corporate management system to in alignment with established practices, because before we had an inclusive system of corporate governance, and that's it. In the future, we plan to build our relations with international partners, and I think this year we will announce some first strategic partnerships, significant partnerships, which will allow us to reach a new qualitative level. And we used to say that in 5 years, like an entity with the minimal capital, 5 to 7 billion hryvnias, can support 100 billion hryvnias worth of export, which still remains true, because 1 hryvnia right now during the war, 1 hryvnia of our capital generates 8 hryvnia of Ukrainian exports. And I think that's a measure of our efficacy, of how budgetary funds are spent for our shareholders. Right, thank you. I have a proposal. Let's call it not a problem or a challenge, but a room for development. Thank you for all the panel discussions, participants, for great, valuable interventions. And maybe you have any questions? Myself, Berezhny from Crédit Agricole, Ukrainian Register of Factoring Financing. One proposal to all these rooms for grow, audit of international company. Our risk want to read your balance sheet in English with the international auditor signing it. Right, thank you. So it was no question, just a... Right, so thanks again for this great discussion, for your attention, and so great, thank you. This was the second panel discussion, and let's invite the speakers of the third one. Factoring market in Ukraine, actual state and prospects. So we invite Sergei Savchuk, Director Department of Methodology and Regulation of Non-Banking Financial Sector of National Bank of Ukraine, Taras Yelejko, USAID Project, Investments for Resilient Businesses, Pavlo Matiyash, CEO Activities, Sergey Anufrienko, PUMB Bank, Lina Zaika, OTP Bank, Timur Hibatov, Head of the ICT Asset-Based Financial Project, International Finance Corporation, and Sergey But, Head of the Prozoro Sale Management Board.
Moderator
Gleb Denisuk.
Глібе, будь ласка, слово вам.
Gleb, you have the floor.
Пару хвилин технічних.
Just a minute, technical issues, and we'll start the discussion on factoring.
Якщо залишайтесь, комусь...
Please stay with us.
На заключну каву.
After this panel discussion, coffee break, and you'll be able to network.
Та обговорити актуальні питання, які виникли під час сьогоднішніх дискусій. Все, можемо починати.
Супер. Радий всіх бачити, раді всіх вітати на панельній дискусії, яка присвячена ринку факторингу і
Happy to have you on this discussion about factoring. Thank you, Madam Bitul, who provided this international trend and figures on the market of international factoring. For what we've heard, and we see €3 trillion worth potential market. Most of them focused in Europe. Ukraine is on the way to Europe. And we develop a factoring market, and we're trying to do everything we can so our market is on par with the European market, with legislative initiatives and the amounts that we're talking about in Europe and the world. So we're talking about the international experience, and we now proceed to Ukrainian market. The initiatives to support factoring market in Ukraine, and we'll start our dialogue with representative of National Bank of Ukraine, Sergey. And the first question is initiatives of National Bank of Ukraine in terms of regulation and vision of the sector, and what steps are done by regulator. Thank you. As we've seen during the presentation by Madam Gerlun, the first thing for factoring market is that there is a law on factoring, or the debt management. So the first step of regulating a financial market has been there. Now the new law on public services or financial services is acting, and we can proceed to development of sectoral law. So now the National Bank is drafting the new law of Ukraine on factoring. So this work engages a number of international donors and world experts. And as of now, we are preparing this draft law on factoring. We are working quickly. We don't want the initiative to be dragging for years. We have a very ambitious goal until the end of the first half of the year to finalize and even submit the draft law to committees. The draft law will be aimed at resolving the key problems that prevented the market from developing. So let me start from the first one. As we know, historically, factoring was all about the overdue loan payments. And this kind of mixture in most of Ukrainian companies prevents a factoring market from developing, because factoring as trade debt management is still not as developed as we would like it to be. So the key problem we're resolving in this draft law is clear distinction. So trade debt and financial debt. Debt on delivery, debt on money. The second problem is that there's no registration of debt in terms of factoring. We all know cases where illicit sellers or other counterparts, upon doing the shipment or just declaring the intent to ship, And then they transfer the right to collect to different factors. But they don't even know that another counterpart has the right of claim. And now there are 5 or 20 factors. And then it's not even possible always to protect your right in court. And it can litigate for years. So the second problem is that there's state registration of the rights of factoring. There will be a special state register which will have public access, and each contract, each factor, before they sign a contract, will see and check whether the rights to collect have been transferred to another party. The next problem that this law wants to resolve is the possibility to ban using factoring as such. We all know that the Civil Code of Ukraine provides an opportunity to limit the right to limit the factor usage in the trade. So many counterparts are abusing this, and especially if they want to impose their services from the commodity credit or their contract conditions and deferred payment, and it can be a lengthy deferral. So in order to resolve this problem, we suggest in the draft law a ban to leverage collection through factors. So we go in line with the world trends. It uses the model UNIDROIT law on factoring. We communicate with experts of international institutions, in particular FCI, whose representatives have spoken today. It's very important for us to get feedback from businesses after we prepare the first draft of this law. So we encourage all the stakeholders to get together to this initiative and transfer it to the parliament, and so that it gets passed, so that we can increase the use of factoring in Ukraine, so that the charts that international stakeholders show Ukraine is playing leading position. Thank you so much, Sergei. So we've heard the opinion of the regulator, and it's a very proactive position in terms of drafting the law, engaging international experts. And the problems that the market has at the moment, the law will be able to resolve a lot of it. So the next speaker I want to talk is Taras from the project Investments for Business Resilience. And the question will be the following: how USAID and what challenges and problems the project sees in terms of development of factoring market, and what kind of solutions the project can suggest for the market and MMSP. Thank you, Taras. Thank you, Gleb. Thank you so much. So yeah, as my colleague said, the project Investments for Business Resilience has been actively working in the market, supporting MSB through financial intermediaries. And basically, we have 3 main goals that we have right now. First, I'll try and structure it. First is creating jobs in MSB. Secondly, growth of sales in MSB. And thirdly, attracting new unlocked capital, which MSB engages through our support. When we talk about factoring, factoring is very important in terms of helping MSBs, so SMEs, and production companies, because it frees their running capital, their equity. Any Ukrainian producer, if you ask them what's your problem, of course there can be market gap, etc. But one of the 3 reasons, problem of big run capital, because the payments are being deterred or deferred, and then the retail B2B operations suffer from that. So everybody's using 579, and it's basically to add with the running capital. So factoring can be a key to this. So free up the assets or funds you can invest in your business. So factoring is very interesting and dynamic, but there are some problems. And as the people from National Bank said, there are problems that stand in the way of factoring Ukraine. If you look at numbers, Poland, 15% of GDP in factoring portion. In Ukraine, it's not even visible because it's 1.1%, 0.1%. So we can say that factoring market in Ukraine is still to appear. So on one hand, it's a challenge. On the other hand, it's an opportunity. If you look at what the problem is, you then can move forward quite quickly because the need is there. It's not just on paper. The need is perceived on the businesses level and very active. So how ABR So the first goal when we talk about factoring and where can we work now without big legislative changes is the high cost of factoring operations. The cost of factoring operations on average is about 23%, which basically is much higher than the same cost of running capital in 579, which is often higher than the cost of loan funding, plus some difficulty with the factoring duplication of invoices, with the need to submit a lot of documents when factoring is used quite a lot, especially in trade. And this high cost is a problem. People opt for simpler tools when they take a loan and they use the same thing as factoring. But again, that decreases opportunity for business development because those loans that can be used for investment, they are used for running capital. And factoring can resolve that. So our project has launched a grant support for factoring companies. So they did this grant. The goal of the grant is to make factoring cheaper, more popular, factoring between beneficiaries, and so to make it popular. So we are now in the process of deciding on the winner of this grant. I think in the nearest future we will announce the winner and what will be the programs that will enjoy the stimulation. Next block is awareness of factoring, and it was mentioned that factoring, if you ask the average business, factoring is perceived as collectors. I know about this problem. We had this committee of regulating the market of financial services, and they said, when the fund of guarantees of deposits started selling debt, they said, you created a market of factoring, because every hour the new factoring company is being shaped, because only factoring company can register and then do collector business. So although it's completely different from collector's business, so it's just that distorted legislation produces distorted results. And there are a lot of factoring companies who are basically collecting on the debt that they bought on the secondary market and now collecting on that debt. Yeah, there is unfortunately the case like that. So we need to change this awareness or perception, knowing that factoring is a support to SMEs who do B2B operations. And I think there's an opportunity because the state is doing a lot, changing legislation, affordable factoring program. And we as a project, we're helping to support the affordable factoring program by compensating the factoring rates for banks, making factoring operations cheaper, and we're helping popularize that. Next problem is big retailers problem and suppliers problem, the late payments. So Ukraine is not the only country that faced this problem, and any supplier who works with the Ukrainian retail market is always complaining on the story that it takes a long time for the payments to go through. In the world, there's a ban. So in Ukraine, you can ban if the counterpart is against it, you cannot. In the world, it's regulated differently. It's a formal remedy. But the one thing that is regulated in the world on retail market is Euro directives. So all over the West and the EU, when there's just the law bans or introduces a deadline to payments between small and big payers. It's just the limit of time. So EBR project is now doing a lot of research, Euro directives, and what will be the effect of implementation of them in Ukraine. And the last block that I would like to talk about, we mentioned invoices, the factoring operations. You can sell your debt to 10 companies, and there are no registers. So in the world, it's resolved in most cases through so-called e-invoice, electronic invoices, who on one hand make duplication impossible, make the secondary factoring market easier, transborder trade operations are more easier, and these invoices are widely used in the EU, and we have to implement these Euro directives. And the ABR project we have hired a lot of consultants how to minimally change our legislation to implement electronic invoices. And it's very useful for factoring market. So, of course, we believe that factoring will have a future. Politically, we know that there's a lot of stress on factoring to free up capital for companies when they need to invest. Trade operations we put to factoring, which is more dynamic and really allows for suppliers and buyers to be more active. Prolonged payments. So we think the next 2 or 3 years will be the market, the years of factoring in Ukraine. Thank you, Taras. Small and medium businesses, please follow the side of the project. Join the grant initiatives, not only factoring, we have a lot of alternative tools. We have direct support of small and medium businesses that the previous panels were talking about. So let's now proceed to practical tools. And let's ask the banks and non-banking financial institutions whether it's possible at all to do factoring. Do they deal with factoring? Let's start with Pavlo from Activities Company. Is it possible to get factoring from you? Is it possible? How non-banking financial institutions work with factoring? Pavlo? Yeah, thank you. All the organizers. So we're talking about challenges, we're suggesting solutions, and it's a great team to change and develop the market for factoring in Ukraine, make it affordable, convenient. Well, talking about us, of course, the small and medium businesses. Let me explain what products we have, how do we work, how quickly we are making decisions, and what kind of solutions we have. First of all of our classical things, credit lines and loans and factoring, we declare when we decide something. 48 hours as our clients receive the money in any bank account that they have. Everything is online. We have one office in Kiev. We fund and we credit and provide factoring all over Ukraine. Most of our remedies is no collateral, up to 5 million hryvnia. We have also loans with collateral in our portfolio if they go above the limit of 5 million hryvnias. So these are the loans of 10 million, 10 plus. Our main products, factoring, we can talk openly. We have some solutions with networks and how we untimely payments. We created trilateral agreements, transparent agreements, where the network and the supplier can openly understand all the requirements and rules. An additional bonus is grace period. So it's all happening electronically, signing agreements, like invoices. So everybody understands, and so we are now rebuilding all of our solutions. We're trying to go digital as much as we can. There will be good and big announcements coming in March, April. We're launching digital solutions that will allow to make some factoring operations with factoring day to day, deciding from 15 to 30 minutes. And the clients get the money day to day. So this is explaining about the essence of the decision. It's called e-DELO. And there are partners there who participate in this pilot project. I can give you some results. At the moment, they are a bit closed. We had about 155 applications, about 60% was the rated ones, and then half of them used factoring. So 60 customers. The average check was about 800,000 hryvnias. e-DELO platform allows for any agreement between businesses to turn into factoring. So that means we can engage small and medium businesses to factoring, make it popular, make it explained. We are trying to communicate to them, solve their problems while, the rules have not been written in the law yet. or there's no infrastructure. We're trying to resolve through our product, adapting them for the current conditions, and to offer them to small and medium businesses. So that's a short version. And of course, we have the ambition to make the factoring from public procurement. It's also been discussed with the donors and international organizations. And we see for ourselves that this is another priority which will allow the small and medium businesses with the limited capital to join in delivering on the contracts in public procurement. Thank you. So non-banking institutions do work with factoring, and there are great solutions for small and medium enterprises. Let's see about the solutions that are offered by banking institutions. So I'm sitting between the two leaders in factoring in Ukraine. Lina from OTP Bank. Same question. Can small and medium enterprises use factoring? Do you see more intensive demand? What kind of programs you offer to SMEs? Thank you. Hello. You know, OTP Bank has several very interesting proposals for SMEs. One of them was designed together with USAID, and it's for the businesses who have volume sales of up to 50 million euro. The interest rate for factoring rate is 7% annual. Limits 20 million hryvnia. No collateral. Term 3 years. Advance payment up to 90%. And deferred payment 250 calendar days. So these are the conditions for Ukrainian market, and I think it's very attractive, and I would say even exclusive. Another program we have that where OTP Bank, it's December 2023, affordable factoring 579, supported by Entrepreneurship Development Fund. So this program, using this fund, the cost of factoring for Ukrainian producers or a company that sells Ukrainian goods will only constitute 30% annual. The limit, including leasing and the loans already received, 150 million hryvnias. The term 360 days. Limit 3 years. So the products I'm talking about are no collateral products. Answering to your next question, to use these products, you just come to OTP Bank in any way you want, to website or calling our hotline. As for demand for factoring, even before we had these interesting products, there was demand for factoring. As my colleague said, factoring is usually used by companies that are growing. These are production companies or companies that do wholesale. So these companies absolutely require running capital, so factoring is very important for them. Often it is used by importers who decrease their foreign currency risks. So thanks to USAID, the demand for this product is becoming much bigger. And so we hope we will get it to the same level as European countries. Thank you, Lena. It sounds very optimistic. I'm happy that I'm happy that you work with the Ukrainian businesses and provides a choice to SMEs. So Ukrainian leaders in factoring. So micro, small and medium businesses. So, right, there's a certain demand. SMEs, we worked with, not so actively, but what we could do in wartime. We funded about 10 billion hryvnias of Ukrainian companies. So it's smaller than, but bigger than in 2022. So the market is going forward. So what we can offer to small and medium and micro business depends on the readiness of debtors to do factoring with these clients. There is a problem with the ban on deterrent payments and relegation of correction lines, but there is that limits the further development of factoring in Ukraine. We as a bank, we work with 45, 50 debtors who satisfy the demand of their suppliers. So only one national chain has talked to us to develop their suppliers from some SMEs. From many Ukrainian retailers, only one of them came to the bank with a question, let's grow Ukrainian businesses together, because they don't have enough time. So we're trying to design a program for small and medium businesses. And I think that on the market of factoring, we also need one more big Ukrainian debtor, which is called the state. Because currently, right now, no state corporation has this kind of product in their portfolio. So it's good that we're trying to launch through Prozoro, that there's cooperation with the Ministry of Economy in terms of developing factoring for public procurement, and it's good. But there's still not enough state in that process. If the state joins this market, it's going to be a super powerful push to increase the volume and increase the client base among the SMEs satisfied with this. So then Ukraine will be in those charts showed by FCI. And we're thankful to the National Bank who says that we have to do it. And a lot is being done with their support. And we hope that 2024 will be a bit different in terms of legislation. In terms of current proposal for small and medium enterprise, I'm not going to repeat what the colleagues have said. It is a blank product. We as a bank, we cooperate with deterred payments of 270 days. I think it's quite a market condition. We fund 100% of the shipment. We do everything as we can electronically. And we hope that all those steps that international partners are talking about, National Bank, the Ministry of Economy, that will move the market forward. We expect 2025 much better in terms of volumes than 2023. Thank you. So we're talking about the price of a solution. For us, the price is competition. Competition forms the price. When there's no market, then when we talk about 0.1% before GDP, it's a different competition, additional level competition. For us, we see speed as competitive edge. Availability is a competitive edge. And plus, we have to spend additional efforts. We had a lot of clients where they had credit lines. Now they're using our factory. And we explained them that the tools they've been using before, it's different. So the problem of building infrastructure, awareness, competitive market, that will basically balance out the cost. We're not cheap. Our cost of factoring from 36% of annual, but we tariff them based on different products is 0.1% per day. And that's where the borrower will decide how many days they will use this service. They can either take a factor for 30 days, for 60 days, but considering their revenues, they can quickly close the whole deal. And it's about convenience. It's about flexibility. It's about timeliness. Right. So businesses can choose. They can choose where to go. To you, and you say it's quite quick. To a bank, maybe less quick, but a bit cheaper. And then banks and you offer a solution for the businesses. And businesses will have to be provided the list of programs to choose from. If businesses use that, if it has added value of them. Next speaker. So this panel discussion, Timur.
So about the IFC initiatives on the asset-based platform and development of the factoring market. So please describe what's your solution and what is your feeling regarding these the market and development of it in Ukraine. So please to you.
Thanks, Klip. And first of all, I apologize for not speaking in Ukrainian. Hopefully, I'm learning. Hopefully, next time I will be able to do so. May I kindly ask? Thank you.
Okay, let's clap because it's great initiative.
May I kindly ask to switch to the next slide, please? As Grip said, I'm representing the IFC Europe Asset-Based Finance project. This project covers few countries, but with regards to Ukraine, mainly our main goal is to increase access to finance for the small and medium enterprises. So we're trying to reach this goal by doing several, by reaching several objectives. First of all, we point our attention at the legislative and regulatory framework. Here in Ukraine, we started to conduct the in-depth analysis of the regulatory framework, and shortly we'll present it to the National Bank as the regulator of the financial sector. Then we also understand that some infrastructural elements should exist on the market in order to reduce the risks of financial institutions and also facilitate the financing. And also we, as many speakers today already said, we need to point our attention at the raising awareness, at raising capacity. And this should work for all the stakeholders, such as financial institutions, such as the SMEs, such as anchor companies, which need to understand their benefit in order to introduce new products. Next slide, please. Yeah, I said about the infrastructural elements, and here on this slide you see two elements that we would like to have in the countries that we are implementing our project. First of all, the assignment registry, or you can call it e-invoice registry or invoice registry, or however you call it. This is the instrument that will allow financial institutions to reduce their risks. Of course, with this, financial institutions may provide better terms and conditions to their clients. But there should be another element, which is the National Asset-Based Finance Platform, which facilitates the financing, which connects the borrower, the SME, the seller, with the financial institutions. Here you can see the example of the factoring operation that can be implemented through the platform. But we are not limiting ourselves with the factoring and reverse factoring, and we would like to expand this platform in the future when it will be established to other products such as distributor finance, such as the pre-shipment finance, and so on. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits that market players will be able to get out of this technological solution of the platform that I'm talking about? Financing, this is more about the how the financial institutions, banks, factoring companies can connect with their clients. So with the technological solution, and I'm very glad to hear that some of the representatives, so stakeholders, already thinking about this, and that's very good. That's the market players already trying to introduce it within their organization. But the national platform will allow to expand it, educate the people, and then also to have other platforms in parallel. So with regards to financing, the financial institutions will be able to talk to their clients directly through the platform and expand their business with to scale it up. So with the technological solution, of course, that will be easier for financial institutions to get more clients, to automate the processes, and so on. So the same is the scale, so the scaling up the operations and reducing the burden for the SMEs by introducing better terms and conditions. So some other elements that you can also see on this slide is the formality, for example. So this platform is will be able to support the reducing the gray market, because all the invoices should be eligible, should be registered, and if this is the official invoice, the client of the financial institution should be in the formal sector and go out of this shadow economy. The data that will be collected also can be used for the purposes of further analysis of the client, and just again to reduce the time for financing. Anti-fraud, of course, is the element that will also support reducing the risk of financial institutions by knowing the clients better and having everything within this one infrastructure. We're working. We already started to work on the. Started to think about the development of this platform in Ukraine, and we are now discussing this possibility with Prozoro.cl and thinking how we can support the development of this kind of platform. And the last slide, and that will take me only 10 seconds probably. Next slide, please. So this is the products that my colleague already showed the slide today. So it's not only factoring and reverse factoring that can support SMEs. Some other products that also can the SMEs can benefit of, and you can see them on this slide. And we don't want to introduce everything at one time, but after the factoring and reverse factoring product implemented on the platform, we would like to expand this platform for the products that you can see on the slide. Thank you.
Thanks, Timur. It's just great that international institutions support the development of market in Ukraine, of factoring market in Ukraine. Overall, до наступного спікера.
So we're moving to the next speaker, Sergey, continuing the topic on ABF platform and its current initiatives. I want to ask you the benefits. What are the benefits for SMEs that this platform can provide? And tell us about the project, MSP, for SMEs. Yeah, since my intervention comes at the end of the discussion, maybe try and sum it up or address some of the things that speakers talked about. But I was listening to the colleagues, and I've listened several times where you said that we need to build the market, we shape the market. And it's an important thing that Timur has talked about, why we are here as Prozoro Sales, which is 100% belongs to the state, which is not to be confused with Prozoro, which is a public company that you can buy furniture on, but cannot buy specific services. So it's about sales. We've been on the market for quite a while, and as Prozoro Sales, we specialize in building markets. First of all, it's sales of public assets, rentals, or sales of public assets. So over these years, based on the Prozoro Sales electronic system, there have been launched a number of markets. State assets, local self-governance assets, which is sold on electronic auctions openly, so that anyone who wants have information about an asset would have an equal access to electronic auctions, and by offering the highest proposal, so it's not about public assets. We started with MPL, and as Taras said, that there was a marketing market created even before we started talking about factoring, because of the distortion. But if you look at the list of assets, it's mostly assets for which there's no open market, or almost no open market. It can be a difficult asset, which has a limited set of claimers. So I don't know if the average person wants to actually buy some NPL. So it has to be a highly qualified or narrowly qualified business. So Prozoro Sales demonstrates specifically that there are opportunities to build this kind of markets with this kind of difficult assets and difficult legal framework, because we're talking about public assets. That means that each category of these assets is regulated by a number of multitude of legal acts, etc. And now, proceeding to factoring. Indeed, we work with partners from IFC and other donors as well for a while, with funding providers, plus our colleagues from Prozoro. Because indeed, we're planning to launch a factoring platform on the base of public procurement, where the volume of market is about 400 billion hryvnia per year. So based on this demand, we should start a project that contractors had an opportunity to use factoring services. So that is, again, it's about building a market, and it's also about, based on assessment of our colleagues from IFC, the availability of that leverage, where the supplier understands that they have an opportunity to get money earlier than the tender documentation says, then it can increase the competition twofold. And competition will drive the price down. Plus, it's opportunities for SMEs to come to a Prozoro system as supplier. And based on the previous assessment, factoring opportunity can increase supplier base and public procurement. And so based on public procurement is the first step, and then expand this practice to a commercial market. So that's all. Thank you, Sergei. So to sum it up, we've heard the opinion of the National Bank of Ukraine, specific steps, the initiatives of USAID, the practical we've heard from non-banking institutions, we've heard from banks, and what will be part of the asset-based finance platform when it's going to be implemented for SMEs. So wish you a peaceful day, and everybody has a great spirit, great work, so that we are moving towards the first lines in FCI trends. Thank you. Thank you, panelists, and all the participants. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gleb. Thank you, speakers. Thank you to everyone, the participants, as well as online viewership, and those who were reviewing our stream on the YouTube. The viewership was quite big. So have a great and safe day. Weekend seems to be not far away, so keep up the good